Hello, hello. How's it going, Zuzbug? Also, hey, Ragnar, I added you to the list. Oh, whoops. I need to remove the account review thing for now while we wait for people to come in. Yoink.
I think you're just a horny little boy.
How's it going, Piker? Also, hey, Zephyr, how's it going? The bucket of money. How's it going? Also, hey, Asidon.
I think you're just a horny little girl.
Jesus Christ, the sound bites already. The sound bites have already begun. Let me just pick up some of this stuff before reset so that we don't have to worry about that later. How's everyone been doing today? Both of them, yeah. How's it going, Noir, by the way? How's everyone doing? Are you guys excited for Mast and Anchor? First, I really like their designs, but like if I look at their kits, I'm not like fully convinced. Like they will be better than some combinations that we have, like Blanc Noir combo, but well, specifically for distributed damage. But it's like, man, the investment required for them is gonna be nuts. Yo, Leo, how's it going? Looks great, but skipping. I mean, that's fair enough, honestly. Like they're exclusively like they're mostly like for distributed damage, anyways. Like the reload speed, you can have reload speed sources from other places, and they're both 40 seconds. And they kind of need to be together, so yeah. Don't feel very confident with those two. I'm not convinced, personally. You gave you 20 unit to build yesterday. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. That is absolutely fair. Let me give you a shout out as well, Leo. But how's... Feel very confident, but not in their kits. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Oh, you've been playing Star Rail, I see. Nice. How do you like the new patch in Star Rail, Leo? And freaking, of course, Sinan has just been playing Marvel Rivals. I've seen it. I've seen it on other people's streams. Like, their kits are... like... It's too... Like, it's too thin of a margin. Or rather, of a niche. It's the type of shit that once they release another good B2, they're just gonna be out almost instantly. It's kind of like, oh wow, that guy really is persistent in hitting me, huh? Wait, no, what? Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's persistent in hitting me, but he hasn't hit back yet. I misread that. Pilgrim Mold Gamba. I'm saving it for when Rappy gets added to the pool. So right now I'm just saving it. Because Rappy is not in the pool yet. So I'm just waiting for that. And once we get Rappy added to the pool, which probably will be next patch, I will Gamba that. Your SP dropped to 38 CP too low. CP is up until a certain level, not a factor. Like, unless you have a big gap. Like a very, very big gap, it's not gonna have a huge influence. It's not like in campaign push, for example, or tower push. Funnily enough, CP deficit does not play a factor either in Simulation Room. Funnily enough. Story is kind of big. You streamed 8 hours total, and the story is still going. Jesus Christ, that is long. Yeah, the fact that some characters don't have voice, I believe, has to do with the VA strikes that have been happening, and as a result, they don't have the access to those VAs specifically. But yeah, how's it going, right on? So, Ryan, I believe you're one of the, like, almost first in line. I believe you're almost first in line for the account review, so we can start pretty soon. I just want to do this Elysian Tower real quick. Yeah, for the account reviews, I believe you're up next. So it's Radon, then Piker, then Raulo, then Akilex, then GZ Yang, then Freya, then Lone. then Caesar, Yami, and then Ragna. So far, that's what the queue is looking like. VA strikes, but still need to get fucked over by Koklum. I mean, that's a different matter, isn't it? CP is 470 and the others are 550 plus. It's gonna be really tough to evaluate, but once you start building anyways the PvP units, some of those will be useful for PvP anyways. And if you put some of the other ones like in the synchro, and once you start getting like just overload gear will be enough. Like you don't need to overinvest in them for PvP for the most part, unless you're in like a super competitive arena, which shouldn't be the case because you're a new player. When in doubt, shout out. My god. I should probably put Helm in the team, shouldn't I? Now that I think about it, I should put OG Helm now that she's treasured. She's probably significantly better burst gen than Christmas Maiden. Although right now it is Electric Week though. Oh, that's rough. Oh well. Even they have to vanish in like 2-hour stops. Yeah, no worries about it. Like, that's completely understandable. I appreciate the fact that you still show up every time. Like, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so we got the... I kind of wanted to push tower a little bit before we began the... You still don't have Helm level doll, but you have her at core 7, suffering from success. Yeah, that is some classic suffering from success type of shit. Honestly. You forgot Rappy Red Hood is also an Elysian. You don't run her in Elysian Tower. Yeah, it's easy to forget that she's dual. Like, she works both in Pilgrim and Elysian. Like, it's very easy to forget that. Ooh, that is one tanky motherfucker. That is one tanky motherfucker. Okay, I see. Rip your account flex. I mean, today I will do as many account reviews as I can, so...
Coming.
I just wanted to push a little bit of power. I guess I'll just go SBS here. That hit. That would have normally been a one-shot if I was like pushing campaign. Yeah. I should have covered sooner. But yeah, we'll start the account reviews soon-ish. I just wanted to do a little bit of tower before, as a palate cleanser from doing so many account reviews yesterday. Or rather, for so long. I guess this is the better. Oh wow, that was not enough to kill it. Interesting. It is water weak right now, so I could theoretically go for water, but I don't think that's gonna work out that well. I could go for the other team though, because this looks like a two-step. This looks like a two-step, so I could, I guess it's just easier to... Yeah. This looks like a two-step, so it should be quite simple. Have you run into interception bugs? Interception bugs? Like, what type of bugs are you talking? Like, what type of bugs are you talking? Yeah, this was basically a two-step, wasn't it? Yeah, this was an easy two-step. I should have definitely not waited for the... I should have definitely waited for the reload there. There we go, easy peasy. QT not getting hit. Sometimes when you use Alice, the QT circle doesn't go boom. I haven't encountered anything like that personally. Like which boss on interception is it? Because honestly, that doesn't narrow it down at all. Because everything could be bugged, and maybe just Kraken isn't. So you would have to narrow that down. You definitely need to narrow that down for me, Zephyr. This is gonna be tree step, isn't it? I guess I can do tree step. That's gonna be pretty simple. Okay, stop here. And with that, we're just big chilling now. You have no issues with Indivilia. Like, I don't have any issues with any of them, so I'm genuinely curious, like, what kind of bug Zephyr has encountered. Narrow that sometimes element have a defector. What? Like, you gotta tell us, like, which boss it is you're having those issues on, because that really doesn't tell us much. Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Can I still get the kill? Probably not. Yeah, how's it going, Arthur? Like, which boss is it that you're having issues? Because I personally haven't had any issues with... Is it just me or the music is kind of low? Also. I feel like music is kind of low. There we go. For me, if you tell me a boss has issues with the elemental QT, that could just be straight up you not having the elements to do it. Like, unless you tell me which... Indivilia's QTs won't register sometimes on Alice. Let's give that a try. So you're saying that on Alice it doesn't register. That... Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Basically. Like, that's the entire... Oh, Arthur, thanks a lot for the resub. Guspa's Mother Whale. Oh, grats on that. Kinda sorry that life got kind of in the way, so I couldn't help you too much with that in the end. But grats on getting past that. I hope, like, Yenny's, for example, video helped you a lot with that. Okay, let's just give it a try. Let's just give it a try and see, like, what happens. What is... Because I literally yesterday did Indivilia on stream a little bit to test out some stuff, and I didn't have any issues. So... So I don't know what would be the issue here. Let's just give it a shot. Yeah, no issue whatsoever. I even covered all of the other Nikkes intentionally there. Yeah, no, I don't see any issues personally. That Alice shooting speed. Oh, that's this is normal. You put Alice on P5 for comfier core hits. That could work, yeah. For sure. I personally like to having her on central because it allows me to just double click the pincers. Well, when it actually does that. Oh, well, I guess we're just gonna break the pincer real quick. Don't want to risk the pincers becoming annoyances. Like, I personally don't see the... I don't see where the issue is at. Well, my crown died, but... Did you not have any burst on, maybe? No, even then, like, it's super fragile, so... I don't see the issue. Try doing that, but you can't do that on phone. Funnily enough, the person that shared this tech globally was the first one to showcase it, like, for most players, was Maxwell Society, which is a phone-only player. I personally can't do it on phone. Like, I absolutely cannot do it on phone, but it's basically a rhythm game. That's the best way I have to explain it every time I need to explain quickscoping. Like 500k, hope you don't have to wait for that long. 570k was when you beat Mother Whale? I don't know what the requirements for Mother Whale are these days. Both mine and Yanni's video helped a lot. I'm glad to hear that. See you, Leo. Sorry if I missed your message, by the way. Like, yeah, I don't see the issue. Maybe your Alice, like, no, like, the thing is, those QTs are pretty fragile, so it shouldn't be that issue. Oh, Shinono had her in P5. Shinono, from what I remember, he tends to like to put his Pierce Nikes on P5 or on P1. Like his Snow Whites, his Maxwells, and everything, like, regardless of whether or not it's an advantage or not. The amount of core hits from putting her in P5 increased? That's weird. Yo, how's it going, Yellens? The local in your server is 495k, but they use Cinderella. You gotta improve the lines to push low. Like, for Mother Whale, I would personally assume that Cinderella is useful, but not like an absolute must for low clears. Because the thing about Mother Whale is that if you want to kill her faster, you just gotta kill the pores faster. Cinderella does a really poor job at that, so I wonder how that fits into low CP deficit clears. I guess they just went for raw damage on Whale itself. Because... like, that's the thing about Mother Whale, is that each port that you break will do significantly more damage than any of your Nikas would do normally. Look there for a month, at least Yanni cleared at 400k. And he probably, yeah, like, same thing. They could have been in her way sooner, but between Bombar Engine, consistent wave clearing, and getting crown timing down. Yeah, like, that's understandable. These old music, it's not that old. It's like early 2000s. Like, come on. It's not that old. Like, come on. Yenny was 80 sync higher, though? Yeah, probably. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you about that. Let's see. So I need for Mr. Radon to send me the his email so that we can start the account reviews. That way we can get the ball rolling. I kind of wanted to clear a little bit more of tower, but then I got sidetracked with
How about I waterboard you
with the thingy.
instead?
It's in DMs. Oh yeah, that's true. You sent it to me yesterday, didn't you? Can you bump the message? Because I got a bunch of DMs in between. Where the fuck are you? Do you mind bumping it with one like random DM, please, Radon? Because I really can't find you. Hold on. That's Ragnar. That's Sir. That's Yami. I think I might have found you. Yeah, I think I found you. Had to scroll down a little bit. Okay, so I need to. Okay, so I need to see if this time around logging out normally might stop it from bugging out. Please, Nikke, cooperate today. That would be really annoying. Okay, so let's give it a try like this. And yoink. And code has been sent. Yeah, how's it going? Mr. Popular. It's kind of a coincidence this time around, to be honest. Bump it real good. Thanks. It's kind of a coincidence, to be honest. How's it going, Aya? How's the free prog going on FF14, Aya? No, Yanni, yeah, both mine and Yanni's clear, I believe, was before the CP changes for overload gear, I believe. Your group got to P3 in Rage? Ooh. I mean, progress is progress, right? Thanks for the code. You were on NA, right, Radon? Lenny's on kill point? Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to... let's see. There we go. And let me enable this. Oh, there we go. Should be launching. Yep, and okay, good. At least trying to. Last phase is literally up to tanks. Ooh, that's interesting that it's up to the tanks. The thing, extraneous, is that snapshotting on Model Whale sounds like something insane, but in reality, it's nothing special. Snapshotting is just a matter of you starting the animations of the... I wonder if it's still multiplying. I doubt it. No, it's not multiplying this time around, it seems. At least, hopefully, it won't. The snapshotting sounds insane, but in reality, it's actually super easy. It's just a matter of initiating the animation of the burst, whichever burst you're trying to snapshot before, before the ability goes off, and you have to make sure that the damage goes off after, after the ability that gives them the X amount of hits goes off. So the best example is probably... hold on, let me find that, because I have literally a VOD of that. Of me doing that for God knows how many hours. Solo raid from a year ago, I believe it was. It was the SBS solo raid. Mock Tovi event, and I believe it was like around after Ludmilla. Okay, so this should be it, I think. Let's see. Oh no, this was the Ludmilla solo raid. Never mind. This was the VOD of the Ludmilla solo raid. There we go. I found the solo raid. Okay, so I can show you literally the snapshotting here. So on the solo raid where what's it called? On the solo raid where SBS came out, which was last year, you have here... oh, let me just mute this cringe-ass voice of mine.
The Queen demands all the noodles of Dorothy and Sin cause they're best girls and all best girls as Mexi.
Lamau. Okay, so here you see that I initiated the animation like before... oh, this is gonna be tough to showcase on this team comp. Let's see. I guess this team comp is going to be a little bit difficult to showcase on. But the idea is like, okay, see how he's going to put the ability on it. I start the animation of the ability before they get the buff. They get the buff. You see that they got the buff here. See? They got the buff. You see that the buff went off, but the damage happened after. Because I initiated the animation before they get the buff, it snapshots the 34k damage, or 343k damage actually, on Noir's burst. But now that they have their HP reduced due to the buff that they gained, they die instantly. And that's snapshotting. It's just as simple as that. So again, we're going to have them go here. See, they pop in. I start the animation. they get the buff, and then the damage goes through. Once you kind of understand when the animations play through and when the damage actually happens, snapshotting is incredibly easy. Like, it's really... It sounds super complicated, but trust me, you're gonna get that down pretty quickly. So NA for Radon. This episode new story chapters. I hope we get new story chapters
Explain
soon.
the greatness of Queen Alien, but replace every third word with D's nuts.
The fuck?
Behold, D's the
Fucking
greatness,
Rhino, you're
D's
gonna
of
break the
Queen
bot
D's
again.
alien ruler. D's of realms. Her D's wisdom shines, D's brightly guiding. D's peasants with D's grace
I have to play
unmatched.
around with Rappy.
When
I
D's
think her animation is
she
really fast.
speaks D's,
So
the world listens bow. D's before her. D's mighty presence as D's her rule. D's brings
Oh my God.
prosperity. D's to
yeah, we don't
all
know the
D's
exact
lands.
dates. That's the thing.
Long D's, live the D's Queen Alien.
The fuck? So, commonly what is used to snapshot on Mother Whale are things like Privity and Dorothy. Dorothy, the snapshotting is pretty simple, honestly, because you just need to place down the brand before Mother Whale puts the buff. And you're kind of big chilling. So, for Dorothy timings, you can just follow roughly the timeline that I personally use for Mother Whale, and you'll be good to go. Like, as long as you follow that timeline and those timings, you'll be good to go. When it comes to Privity, it's just a matter of bursting like half a second before the buff goes off. So that the animation starts, but then the damage from Privity comes like right after. And that way it snapshots. So, Radon, what is the focus of this account review? It would have been better this nuts, yeah. They're on Privity, tank your CP too much and you're off timelines for destroying ports. I see. I would have to take a look at it, Extra Genus. Because if you're not using Doro and you're aiming for like snapshotting wise, I don't think you can snapshot with Rappy Red Hood. Maybe it's possible, but I wouldn't rely too much on it. In that regard, you're probably better off just going like something like a Modernia. Or something like that to just clean them up quickly if you have a good Modernia. Because Modernia is basically an AoE MG when she bursts. Oil lines kills hard mode teams, the Roca teams, and you can poke around my account in general. Okay. So mostly PvE focused account review, I see. Okay. So let's have a look. So I'm just gonna start with B1, then look at B2s, and then look at B3s, right? For starters. Although Red Hood is kind of just sitting there, so I might as well. 10, 10, 10, that's fine. Attack ammo. Ooh, no elemental, huh? One line of elemental here. I'm gonna count this as less than half a line of elemental. So you have 1.5 line of elemental. Too much ammo on your Red Hood. Like, you only legit need 1 line of ammo on Red Hood for comfy reasons. And then it's like elemental, attack, 1 line of ammo, and the rest can be like charge speed. This is fine though. Ooh, that's pretty low cube considering your sync level. What have you been doing with your batteries? Like with your union chips. Hold on. So it didn't go to Nihilister. It didn't go to Guilty. It didn't go to Sin. And it didn't seem to have... You don't seem to have... Oh yeah, you do have Quincy. So it didn't go to Quincy. So are you hoarding them by any chance? We've also not been doing Lost Sectors because of lazy. You do have a lot of Union chips actually. You should try to upgrade your Bastion and Resilience. Try to get both of them to like level 8 if you can. Like just grab these. Cause it's gonna make a huge difference for your account. Like Resilience and Bastion in particular, both are really, really good. Buy them. I'll let you buy your stuff. Like I'm here for the account review. I'm not here to do account fixing. That's an entirely different thing. Okay, so let's start looking at the B ones. So the fact that Jekyll is this high up is a little bit concerning, but we'll see. Let's see. So your Jekyll is full well, almost. Don't feed it too much into the boots. Like that's kind of a waste of mats, honestly. I mean, this is a PvP Jekyll, isn't? Well, that's a really invested Jekyll. Is Jekyll like your waifu? That's when you cared about PvP. I mean, if you don't care about PvP anymore, I would recommend resetting this Jekyll because this is like way overkill. I don't think that many people have such invested Jekylls. Like, if you're like, yeah, this is like way over investment. My Jekyll is not this invested, for example. She's cute. I mean, that's fair. Like, if it's for waifu investments, I'll just respect it and move on. But if you're talking like pure meta investments, this is way over invested. Like, way over invested. Full OL, like, that's fine. If you want to, like, CP pet for arena and whatnot. But then nearly 10-10-10 Jekyll is not a... Especially since I believe that because of this, your other units are going to suffer as a result. Right, so for example, if I were to look at, I don't know, Rouge, you probably, you don't have her very built. By the way, S1 is the most important skill on Rouge to get to level 10. The other ones, you can kind of leave them anywhere between 4 and 10. Let's see. So yeah, as a result, your other Nikas are probably suffering and are just like in dire straits. Same here, like this Rapunzel is probably gonna get reset eventually. Noise, you can kind of leave her be, I guess. Yeah, like your leader is just fucking suffering right now. Holy shit. So that's the... You want to move more into PvE meta? Yeah, that's... Fucking Ragna. I should time you out for that joke, Ragna. But yeah, so... That's the thing, right? Is that because you overinvested so much into PvP, now your PvE is fucking, like, struggling like crazy, right? So, okay, so this TF, for example, S2, you don't really need to invest into it. Burst skill, you don't really need to invest into it. The main skill that you want on Tia to have at level 10 is her S1. Now, this is not a super high priority for you, but just so you know, S1 level 10 is where you want to go your investments for Tia specifically. Let me just lower the music a little bit because this is a bit hard to focus. There we go. So, S1 level 10 eventually. S2 and burst skill should be like at 4s. So, you might want to reset her as well, but long term, you might want to eventually reset her because level 7 skills are quite pricey. Just to get them down to 4. But, I mean, it feels like a waste of skill books, so I would say just don't invest any further into Tia beyond her S1, at the very least. Dorothy can kind of wait unless you're like hard stuck at Model Whale. You don't really need to super invest into her. D-Killer Wife, like you can get her to like 7, 10, 7. And she will be really useful in PvE. Rouge as well, you can get her S1 to level 10 for the cooldown reduction, and she will do wonders for your Cinderella team. Pepper, I wouldn't bother investing into her. And beyond that, like in the B1s, like sheer volume, you could go for the luxury investment, which you already kind of begun. Don't invest any further into her. Also, S1 is bait. Do not ever invest into S1. And then the other one would be Tovi. You could get her S1 to level 9 if you have the other components of the shotgun team, which we will see once we get to the B trees. Now, for the B2s, I will assume that your B2s are also fucking struggling because of the PvP investments, but we'll have to see. So, Naga, the most important thing to get these days is S1 level 10. S2, you can go anywhere between 7 and 10. And burst skill, you can go anywhere between 7 and 10. Now, for campaign push, the meta is just to do 10-10 and just disregard completely the burst skill. For Union Raid and Solo Raid, however, you will probably still go with Nagatia on many occasions, so the burst skill becomes relevant for Solo Raid. In which case, the S2 is a little bit less relevant. So it depends on what your focus is going to be more on, but at the very least, S1, you're going to have to complete it eventually to level 10. Now, how high of a priority it is, this is going to be, yeah. So the S2 is kind of overinvested. What I generally recommend is like 4, 4, 10 for Blanc. Because most of the time the healing is just irrelevant. So it's kind of like a waste. It's just a matter of kill faster and don't get killed, kick W. If that makes sense. But if Blanc is here, then... And Crown... Didn't I see Crown, like, way down the line? Oh yeah, Crown, you need to finish this. So for both Campaign Push and for Solo Raid and for any PvE-oriented things, you want to have your Crown at 10, 10, 10. Now, how high of a priority this will be is when I will see your B-trees, though. I should have probably started with B-trees in hindsight. Grave is also one of those that you will want to invest into for the sake of Solo Raid, Union Raid, and PvE. So S1 for support capabilities, S2 is for her own personal damage, and burst skill is kind of both. So generally you would want to have like S1 at a high level, like anywhere between 7 and 10. S2 can be anywhere between 4 and 10. You can cheap out and just go like freaking, 10, 7, 10 or something. And, oh, Sinan, thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it, homie. Can I have a shout out for Sinan again, please, Ragna? Welcome, Raiders. You know we gotta go 10, 10, 10. I mean, that's the thing, right? Eventually, you will max out your Grave because her personal damage is just that high. Now, Maddie, you're gonna want to invest into her. So, in her case, like, you can go at least 7, 7, 10. But, like, yeah, the thing is, you really want to have her burst skill at level 10. And after that, her S1, I prefer it over her S2. That's personally. Because the multiplier that she gives to Pierre's damage bonus is higher in that regard and will be more relevant in those cases. Otherwise, like, yeah, it's burst skill that is the most relevant, and Maddie is definitely a good investment. Like, you can kind of disregard Summer Rosanna in favor of Maddie, which you already are disregarding Summer Rosanna, so that's a step in the right direction. Like... here I would say finish your Crown. And then start working into Maddie and Grave. Probably for Solo Raid focus. Maybe, like, you might want to also just finish up Naga eventually, though. But if it's, like, for bang for buck, you probably would finish your Crown. And then go Grave Maddie. For the sake of the other team comps. After that, you'll probably finish your Naga and then your Blanc. In that order. Now, the B-trees is where it's going to get really interesting, though. What teams do you slot Maddie into? Maddie, you can kind of slot her almost anywhere, to be honest. Because she gives a good chunk of attack damage. You can use her on Pierce teams. You can use her on electric teams. You can use her on basically any team that would benefit from attack damage as well. Most of the time, what we have seen in solo raids these days has been Maddie with whatever team tree ends up being, right? So Crown is generally just slotted with Alice Scarlet, unless there is like Electric Week, in which case it's like Ayn plus Summer Anis plus that. Then for neutral number 2, we tend to have things like Cinderella with Grave. And then after that, it's just like Maddie is just slotted with whatever your third strongest team is. That is not Shotgun Squad. Most of the time, it winds up being something like that. Like, let me just pull out my my solo raid records real quick, just to double confirm that. Let's see. So my solo raid records should be somewhere here. So for Ice Dragon, I ended up slotting Maddie with Alice SBS because it was better to slot the electric team with Crown. Same for Behemoth, and where the hell did I put my... Hold on. Because the neutral one is going to be the interesting one, because electric is kind of a no-brainer in that regard. But, what's it called? But once you start looking into when electric is not electric advantage. So, for example, on Modernia, I slotted Maddie with the, with the electric Team 1 neutral. So Maddie ended up going with Cinderella, for example. So it's always like your team 3 that is not Shotgun Squad will end up with Maddie. Yo, Oni, how's it going? Ragnar, can you do me a favor and shout out Mr. Oni? How's it going, homie? Hope that he's been treating you alright. This is Radon's account, by the way. So for your betrays, let's continue looking into this, though. So you have a 10... Oh, this is... Okay, don't invest any further into S2. It's kind of pointless. Because the only thing it gives to Alice is HP. It gives her, like, Leech. When she drops below 80% HP. And realistically speaking, your Alice should never drop, so... Because if she drops below 80% HP, she loses her Pierce. So, generally speaking, you're just never going to have that happen. Let's look at, okay, so elemental, okay, so that's one elemental line, one ammo, wait, do you have the charge speed? Okay, so you do have one charge speed, okay, this one is fine, you don't need to touch this one, and you have, ooh, hold on, is this enough charge speed? That's 4.92, that's 6, that's 7%, 7.4%. 7.4, that's 19. No, you're good. Okay. You do have the charge speed. Ow. That was that was scary for a second, so you're good. Your Alice always drops to 1 HP. That's a skill issue, my dude. Your Alice is fucked in a different manner, though. So you have one line of ammo here, and that's about it. So your Alice is giga fucked in the sense that she doesn't have a lot of ammo. So I would assume that your Alice currently has like what, 9 ammo, maybe 10 ammo. You want to get more lines of ammunition. So for example, what's it called?
And it's not bait if you're that aroused.
Oh, this is gonna be fucked to fix if you want to have an optimal Alice. So you would want to have like fucking... Ooh, that's fucking rough. Because you want to have at least 2 to 3 lines of ammo. In an ideal world, you would also want 4 lines of elementals. So this is actually so fucked. Yeah, this Alice is gonna be so fucked. Like, you're gonna have to roll away probably some stuff. I guess the easiest fix would probably be to lock this, reroll everything to get elemental and like charge speed or ammo on this one. And then lock this one, reroll the rest, and hope for either charge speed or elemental. And then this one, like, fucking reroll probably everything and hope that you get elemental plus ammo at a bare minimum. Yeah, this Alice is gonna be so fucked too. Okay. I'll pretend I didn't see that. But yeah, it's gonna be difficult to fix her, but what you're gonna have to probably do is abandon this line of charge speed and move it elsewhere, or like just grab like, no, you could actually, I mean, double locking is kind of bullshit though. You could basically lock this, chat, pretend you don't see what I'm seeing. You can lock this line of attack and then just roll the rest to get elemental plus ammo, and then just try to get the charge speed elsewhere. Same here, you could lock this and just try to get like elemental plus like charge speed or something here. And then here you could try to re-roll until you get like, you know, elemental plus ammo and that type of stuff. Do you have enough rocks? Yeah, you do have more than enough rocks. We love the blue crate line though. I mean, yeah, that's like pure copium, isn't it? Like absolute pure copium. The crate rate is just useless in Nikkei. It's so diluted crate damage that it's just pointless. But yeah, so But yeah, you definitely have enough rocks to fix this Alice. Like, unironically, it kind of makes me a little bit concerned as to what your other Nikas are in terms of state. So you have one line of ammo, that's good, and elemental here. You have elemental and attack here, that's fine. You could probably lock this and reroll the rest to get more elemental, though. And this is a full reroll because you don't care anymore about the ammo. Like, you already have your line of ammo here, so... So this is like a full-on reroll to get elemental attack. And this one you can like lock and reroll the rest to get elemental attack. And on this one you can lock the elemental damage dealt and just reset attributes to get higher attack. 10, 7, 10, that's good. Like your SBS is in a good spot. Like could be in a better spot, but it's not in a bad spot. Like she definitely could be in a better spot though. Pre-critical rated and crit damage. Yeah, it's not like Genshin Impact. Yo, Kino, how's it going? Welcome back, thank you. I'm glad to be back, honestly. Okay, so Quincy Escape Queen. I mean, eventually you'll have to get her to 10, 10, 10, so this is fine. You'll eventually have to get her to 10, 10, 10 for Water Week. Attack, 1 line of Elemental, 2 lines of attack. 2 lines of elemental, 2.5 lines of attack. Technically, you could just full reroll until you get elemental and attack, but like water indexing is kind of smudged, so I wouldn't fault you for kind of chipping out on it. And I don't know what else is on the road here, because you have 188 rocks, so I would assume that a lot of your Nikas are in dire need of investment. Such as Rappy Red Hood that you should absolutely invest into. Do you have the Elysian gear for this, I wonder? Yeah, you do have the Elysian gear, so definitely an investment that you'll have to look into. Let's just continue by order. Amelia, you can just kind of leave her be. She's just PvP and you don't and we don't give a shit about PvP. Just leave her be. Ayn is technically 10-10-10 worthy, but I know that books are smudged, so unless you're stuck on like mirror container and things like that, you probably won't be using her like beyond Electric Week solo raid and Electric Week union raid or Electric Week campaign push, generally speaking. So I understand why you would want to chip out on this, but eventually you'll want to 10 her. Lines wise, so you have 1 attack here that you could lock and reroll the rest for elemental. This is elemental. You could technically full reroll to try to get elemental and attack. On this one, you can just full reroll to get elemental and attack. And on this one, you can just full reroll to get elemental and attack. Although, like, she's not in a bad spot. She has, like, what, 36 elemental plus, like, what, 21 attack. It's not the worst. Like, it could be worse. Definitely could be worse. You'll get to Crappy eventually. Rappy is, like, really solid, by the way. Like, if you care about clearing, like, comfortably getting Kraken stage 7, definitely get Rappy to 10-10-10. Yo, Flamingos, how's it going? Also, an account review for you, Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna have to...
Are you
gonna
so
have
high
to check
maintenance I need to remind you to hydrate?
I'm gonna need to check the list, because we have a lot of... Free account review week, This hydrate has been done. Thanks for the hydrate, by the way. Yellens. Ooh, we have a lot of account reviews to do. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So it is in the list. Let's see. Privity, you don't need to increase her burst. Like, this is gonna be a reset just because you want to get this down to level 4. So Privity is 10-4-4. You don't really need to invest that much into her beyond that, because what you want from her is the reload speed and ammo nerfing capabilities. Yo, Kamel, how's it going? You'll go last because it will be a long review, maybe. I mean, all reviews are gonna take a while, so that's a thing. Because everyone gets a chance. Cinderella S1 level 10, no question about it. S2 you can be cheap and leave it at level 7, or you could go all the way to 10 like I did. That's really up to you. Most people tend to cheap out on S2 because the damage increase is a little bit marginal. And burst kill to level 10 because that's her main damage source. So you definitely want 10, 7, 10 at a minimum on your Cinderella. After that, the lines, well, you have Elemental here. You want Elemental and Attack on everything if possible. One line of ammo. And after that, you want crit damage, like a mix of crit rate, crit damage. Mostly crit damage, though. Because her burst can actually crit, funnily enough. So this is a full reroll, for example. Ooh, your Cinderella is in a pretty bad spot right now. Yeah, like almost basically everything is a full reroll until you get elemental attack and like one line of ammo somewhere. Probably start with the boots as a full reroll and then the chest piece as well. Cinderella is one of the rare Nikus where you actually do benefit from increasing the boots to max level, by the way. Because that HP gets converted into attack as well. List becomes infinitely longer over time. I mean, I kind of expected that. How's it going, Brasco? I kind of expected that when I offered to do account reviews for a week. Due to my, what's it called? Subathon. My birthday subathon. Like as a milestone goal. I kind of knew what I was getting into because I've done that in the past as a milestone goal. And yeah, like you don't really get to have a top 50 solo raid person review your account like for free every day, right? So I kind of expected people to jump on the occasion. Let's see. So Anis is like 10, 10, 9 at a minimum in terms of like optimal
Greet
investment.
Our Highness the Great Lord
You
of
wanna
the
have her
Generatie
at,
en Malding, King Eliane, first of his name. Aljan 6 lik.
How's it going,
PS,
Lone?
7 DWARFS fully active, SHIRA Griekse YUKI.
Fucking yummy. How's it going, dude? So, oh my god, it's really warm today in the apartment. Oh, how's it going, Zal, as well? I almost missed your message because it got buried in between the account review week redeems. You just use the rocks to OL them. Okay, so the thing about Anis, for example, is that you want elemental damage and attack, and for a third line, you kind of don't care. That's something to keep in mind. Is like the third line, it can be crit damage, it can be crit rate, it can be hit rate. You kind of don't really care about the third line as long as you don't have ammo. Like ammo, absolutely reroll whatever. If you get like, let's say, third line elemental and second line ammo, you lock the third line elemental and you reroll that ammo immediately away. Because ammo actually actively harms Summeranis. Now, 10, 10, 9 is where you want to get her at. I believe you have the materials to upgrade a lot of these Nikas, so that won't be an issue. I see you're going for Treasure Drake. So for those who have never seen Treasure Drake, there you go. We have our adorable Drake here. Kind of interesting that you went Treasure Drake considering she's not like OL'd or invested, but that's fine. Her S1 will be more important than her S2 as far as like shotgun squad goes with Treasure, because, you know, extra ammo and attack for the entire squad is like more relevant than her own personal damage. But she'll be good on shotgun squads, so that will be something to look at when we look at other investments. But there you definitely want to finish her S2 in the sense that, okay, burst kill, you don't care. S2 will give her a lot of personal damage, and mod is still kind of used in... Did I use mod? Hold on, let me just double check, because... Let me just double check on my stuff as well. Because I don't remember... I believe I used mod on my... I do believe I used mod on my solo raid, but I'm not entirely sure anymore. But I believe I did use mod on my solo raid. I'm just drawing a little bit of a blank here. Where the fuck did I put my... Hold on. I'll find it just to be sure. Because Moderna has been slowly phased out. But I believe she's still relevant for Fire Week, Solo Raid, and the like. I just want to make sure that my advice is correct. So I'm going to see if I personally use her for Solo Raid last time. Because I'm actually trying to remember right now. Let's see. So last Solo Raid, I use Modernia on Team 2, yeah. So Team 1, I used Scarlet, Black Shadow, Alice. Team 2, I did use Modernia with Asuka and Rey. So yeah, she's still relevant. And generally speaking, you're not going to really use her for campaign push anymore, so you don't really care about New World. But Giant Leap is what gives her her own personal attack steroid, so that's really good to get to level 10. And she's still relevant for Fire Week. FPS dependent is not an issue unless you're playing on a potato. Drake's wife, as you can see in your lobby. Yeah, I could tell. Just 10, 10, 10, everything. Yeah, no, we're not going there, though. How's my day been? Pretty good, Lone. Pretty good. It's a lot of account reviews, though. But still, Giga good for hard mode push. Well, the thing is, Asuka can fulfill most of the time what Mod does for campaign push. But Mod is still good for campaign push for sure. This one is absolutely, like, in my eyes, is like a copium. I'm not a huge fan of Gio. So personally, I would like reset this or not invest further into her personally. As much as I looked into Gio being used for Water Week and the like, I don't see it happening, to be honest. But I'm welcome to be proven wrong. I'm more than welcoming to be proven wrong, but I don't believe Gio is actually it. So personally, I would not invest any further into Gio, Christmas Guillotine. Rappy Red Hood, he has not invested into her yet. So we are still waiting for that. Guillotine is for personal investment, not for meta. Okay. That's fair enough. Like, if that's the case, I respect that. Now, for Maid Privity, you kind of want to invest into her S1 above her S2. Since you're going for Drake, you're going to benefit massively from investing into shotgun squads. So things like Maid Privity, things like Bunny Soda are definitely going to benefit a lot because they're going to be able to, you're going to be able to make shotgun squads since you also have Tovi. S1 for her personal damage. Her S2 is like her buffing, but mostly you want her personal damage. So you can go like 10, 7, 10. You could go 10, 10, 10, but like 10, 10, 7, 10 is like more than enough for Maid Privity. You want like elemental attack and ammunition on Maid Privity as well. Christmas Ludmilla, the most important one is her S1. Like, most solo raids are not going to be bursting with Ludmilla. What you're actually using Christmas Ludmilla a lot of the times in solo raids for places where it's not like Water Week is that you're using Ludmilla to juice up as a off-burst damage dealer that also amplifies the damage of the rest of your team. So the S1 is like the most important over her S2. So it could go something like 10-4-4, 10-4-7, 10-7-7. In an ideal world, you would go 10-10-10, but it's like that's like an entirely different matter. And then, like, technically, since you're not bursting that often, actually, you could go like 10-10-7, actually. I misspoke. I just realized that I misspoke on that. You could go like 10-10-7, you could go 10-7-7, you could go 10-4-4, that's kind of whatever. The S1 being at level 10 because of the juicing up that it will give, and also the fact that she will go infinite more easily. And she also deals more damage herself. Like, most of her kit is, like, baked into S1. S2 is core dependent. So that's another issue. And her burst skill, you don't always use it in solo raid because most of the time Ludmilla is set up as an off-burst damage dealer. So that's why. Real question, are you on the list? Yeah, you are on the list, Yemi. Pretty down the list, but you're on the list. Scarlet, OG Scarlet, don't invest any further into S2. That's like a PvP only thing. S1 is where it's at, and then burst skill is kind of like a luxury these days. You mostly just want to invest into her S1, because that's the attack steroid that she gives herself, and she's mostly been reduced to being an off-burst damage dealer for some electro comps. You don't really burst with her anymore. Now for the... Hold on, give me a second. Ten, everything easy tip. I mean, that's not what I'm going for, but... Okay, so... Noir is one of those that I personally am really iffy about recommending investing into her because she's been reduced into very niche scenarios. So, again, taking, for example, the past Solar Raid as an example, on Modernia, I used her with Rappy Red Hood on the... just for her ammo capacity refill. That's literally the only thing that I used her for. And Rappy Red Hood was doing a lot of damage as a result because she had near infinite ammo. The breakpoints are kind of like you tend to stop at level 9 on her S2 for the ammo refund / reload magazines. Yeah, it does have its issues, its uses, but it's like so niche that he could go for it. Like like the ideal investments on War are 10, 9, and like level 4 on burst skill. You could definitely go for it. It's just that it's so niche these days that you don't always get to use Noir on solo raid or union raid. Noir is just completely gone in campaign push, so just completely forget about Noir in campaign push. That doesn't exist anymore. Unless you're like fighting at super low deficits, like almost blue CPing, or like really not like deep pushing, like maybe in the 20% range, 25% range deficit, you could still use her, but it's like not super ideal. Noir is just completely phased out meta-wise when it comes to campaign push. But for solo raid, you could go for the niche of the ammo refund. So S2 to level 9 is still a possibility. It's just not a very high priority. Just forget about small white. She's just completely useless. Helm is one of those that you shouldn't sleep on too much, but don't overinvest. Like for now, just leave it be like this. But OG Helm, don't sleep on her. She does have her uses in solo raid. Her treasure is absolutely batshit insane. And she definitely will see play one way or another. What do I do for mana? Got her yesterday in 11 pulls. You just leave her gather dust in your collection. Mana is one of those that is going to be niche for specifically Wind Week. And she's not going to replace Alice for Scarlet Black Shadow anytime soon. Unless you have like a hyper niche scenario where you want to actually separate Alice from Scarlet Black Shadow. Alice with Scarlet Black Shadow tends to outperform mana. Just because of the rotational speed. I mean, you guys are laughing, but I'm just being honest here. Like, that's kind of the reality. Now, Maxwell S2 level 4, just leave it there. Her S1 is the important one, and her burst skill. So burst skill at level 10 will allow her to do quite a bit of damage on her own. And her S1 is what allows her to have support capabilities. Mana is one of those very cute attempts at Shift Up that Shift Up had, where they tried to shake up the meta, but they forgot that they don't know how to design Nikkei kits. Like, Mana is one of those examples where basically it's like Shift Up tries to shake up the meta, they try to make something to, you know, a little bit, but then they forgot that they're shit at balancing the game, and they ended up creating something that was not good enough. If they had made Mana something like a sniper rifle and her buff affected any other than herself, would have probably been significantly better, just because you would be able to rotate your bursts faster. Are you on the list, Caesar? I believe you're on the list. Let me just double check. But yes, I do believe you're on the list. You're very down the list, but yes, you are on the list. You managed to MLB escape boobs yesterday, so you don't regret the rolls. I mean, that's nice. Asuka is one of those that you should definitely invest into unless she randomly gets power crept. Asuka is one of those that is actually really, really, really strong. Burst skill to level 10 for her self-buffing. You can go like pretty high on her S2 because elemental damage, self-buffing plus, core damage for your other Nikes. Like, she's a 10-10-10, basically. She's essentially a 10-10-10. Competitiveness, though, increases by fucking 5 per level. Like, genuinely, she's 10-10-10 material. Her S2 increases basically by 2% her elemental, so that's almost a 2% damage increase per level. And the core damage on top of that is like bonus for the team. Like, she's 10-10-10 material, and she is incredibly potent for Fire Week. I personally really want to upgrade her, but I'm just low on materials. 10-10-10, Asuka say no more. And she will come back soon. Yeah, there is the collab. I don't know if they're going to rerun the past things. Now, Summer Sakura is one of those that is just like a niche pick for Win Week, kind of like mana. So we just leave her be for now, unless you really care about being competitive on Win Week solo raid. If you do care about being competitive on Win Week solo raid, S1 level, I believe, 7, and the other 2 at level 10. There's like a breakpoint for the duration. I'll have to check on my account because I actually don't memorize the data for S1 Sakura specifically. But there is like a breakpoint in which like going anywhere beyond that on her S1 is kind of a waste because you just need to rotate breaking parts quickly enough. Maiden is definitely an investment you should do, especially if you care about doing Mirror Container Anomaly or if you care about pushing Electric Week. You forgot to skill up Summer Sakura. That's a good mistake. That's a good thing you forgot because it's not. Most of the time you're not gonna make use of that unless you care about Easy Kraken. But like your account is probably not at the point where you can do Easy Kraken. Like unless you really struggle manualing Alice, which would be a consideration. Like if you struggle with Alice a lot. For Kraken and things like that, you could invest into mana, and you could, instead of Summer Sakura, actually, you could just invest into mana if you struggle with Alice for Kraken. But that is only if you really, really struggle with Alice, because generally that would Alice would outperform. So Maiden S2 to level 10, because this is a massive buff. She gives elemental damage to all electric code allies on her S2. That is huge. Because if you pair her with Cinderella, your Cinderella is going to slap some asses. Like, genuinely just going to absolutely destroy people. Like, she's just going to absolutely wreck people. S1, you can get it to level 4. Technically, you could go higher, but I have mine at level 4 because I don't feel the need to go any further. 4-10, and then burst skill you can go all the way to level 10 because that's her damage ability, and she hits really fucking hard too. So that is something to keep in mind. Oh, I forgot to say the oil lines of like all the other ones. So Asuka, you want ammo element, like elemental ammo and then attack. Maxwell, you want like elemental attack. Noir, you don't care about her OL. OG Scarlet, if you care about OLing her, it's going to be elemental ammo, and then finally attack. Ludmilla is going to be elemental ammo, then attack. Privity, I already said that one. That was elemental attack and then ammo. Let's see. So after that, we have Wrap Your Red Hood, which is elemental ammo and then attack in terms of priority of overload lines. If you want to use her as a B1, you prioritize S1 over S2. So S1 level 10 and then whatever you have remaining for S2. She is 10-10-10 worthy, by the way. Now, if you use her as a B3, however, this is more important than her S2 over S1. Most of the time, you're going to be using her as a B1, but B3 Rapid Right Hood also hits really fucking hard, so do keep that in mind. Especially on things like Fire Weak Solo Raid. You do want to full OL her, and she's absolutely worth the investment. OG Scar might go on an arena team eventually. I mean, if you go on an arena team, it's going to be S1 level 10, burst skill level 10, and anywhere between 4 and 10 for her S2. Full OL, you want ammo, then elemental, then attack. Well, technically, if it's only arena, it would be ammo, then attack, but it's like, but not really, like, doing specifically for PvP is not exactly a good idea. Chibi is kind of comes and goes. I wouldn't focus too much on her. Like, last time she saw play was only because it was Fire Week Solo Raid, and she kind of slots into the same team as Cinderella. So you could kind of run her there, but for the most part, she's not like super worth the investment at the moment. Snow S1, just leave it at level 4. You could go 4-4-10, 4-7-10, or 4-10-10. The thing is, S1 is not super useful for her. Her S2 allows you to make crit fishing a little bit less annoying, and her burst skill is what does her whole damage, so that's something to keep in mind. Overload lines for Snow White is elemental, attack, 2 lines of charge speed, and then crit damage. Okay, Bony Soda. So Bony Soda is going to be very useful for you for the shotgun squad. You kind of want her at 7, 10, 10 in an ideal world. Now, technically, the highest priority is to get the S1 to level 7 and then start skilling up S2 as high as possible. Like going as close to 10 as you can. Burst skill as close to 10 as you can, and she will slot into your shotgun squad because there's currently nothing better to slot in anyways. Like I said, Mana is kind of like, if you struggle with Kraken on manual, you could slot her instead of Alice, but for the most part, she's going to be a niche pick for a Win Week solo raid. In her case, you kind of want to go like, yeah, S2 over S1. S2 over S1 and then like burst skill as high as possible. But like she does get like a continuous attack buff, but it's like when entering full burst is the one that is like really important for her. So S2 over S1 and burst skill as high as possible, but that's only if you care about making it like not using Alice on Kraken. Alice technically still outperforms though. The OG mold comp, yeah. Oh, we have a 3-minute ad break. So while the ads are running, I will just go and grab some water. So I'll be right back. I don't know if Kino can hear me, but I'll explain in a bit why charge speed is still relevant on Snow White to this day. Because actually charge speed is still relevant. It's not even a matter of OG comp or not OG comp. It's just a matter of future proofing. Not the charge speed talk. I know, Yami, that charge speed gives you PTSD because of how shit coded it is, but like it's still something that we need to talk about. I'm gonna fucking love how Shift Up doesn't know how to code their own game though. It's actually fucking amazing. But yeah, I'll just wait out the ads and we're just gonna chill here. Ads should be over in like 2 seconds though. So everyone should be out of ads just about now, I believe. So, Kino, to answer your question about why charge speed on Snow White, now Aya is correct in the sense that you can use it for Snow White with leader, but that's not the actual use for it. The actual use for 2 lines of charge speed on Snow White is so that you can catch any 5-second buffs on Snow White. And that was extremely relevant in the past because you could use Snow White with Novel, you could use Snow White with Leader, and you can still use Snow White with Leader to this day. But any type of 5-second buffs that you want to catch on a Snow comp, that's why you need those 2 lines of charge speed. Now, we don't know if Shift Up will release in the future even further 5-second buffing. That could be possible. But these days, you can still use Snow White with Leader. And in the rare occasion where you can use Snow White with Yulha, it makes catching the Yulha train significantly easier as well because it's every 30 seconds. So it makes it less tight on that regard as well. But it's for any type of 5-second buffs. It could be anything that is like a 5-second buff that would benefit Snow White. Also allows you to have less tight timings on your charges, but like let's say you have to run Snow White with Volume for solo raid. Well, Volume critical rate is a 5-second buff, right? And her S2 as well is a 5-second buff. Yulha is another example. Leader is another example. Like, there are like some timings that also become exponentially tighter, even if you have like the 10 seconds. If you cannot like charge up. Also, what was Crown's? Was Crown 10 seconds or was it 5 seconds? I don't remember. 7 seconds. So yeah. It's absurdly tight to try to catch this one with Snow as well if you don't have like the lines of charge speed. Miranda favorite item made. Oh yeah, Miranda favorite item is definitely gonna help with Snow comp a lot. The only issue is that Miranda doesn't have cooldown reduction, so you'll have to find cooldown reduction elsewhere. But Miranda favorite item just straight up eliminates crit fishing, by the way, because all Nikes have a innate 15% crit chance, by the way. So that's something to keep in mind. This might as well read crit rate 100%. Just as a frame of reference. It might as well read 100% crit rate because it's the same as Grave as well. Grave with her burst skill, I believe it was. Where was it? Was it with her burst? Crit rate, there we go. So Grave, when her burst is at level 10, she gives herself 85% crit rate. And with Nika's innate 15% crit rate, it's basically 100%. Rip Zwei. Yeah, how's it going, Tini? I mean, yeah, Zwei is gonna have trouble fitting into snow comps. Because Zwei... Oh, wait, you don't have Zwei. Zwei was one of those that is also used for snow comps. Where is she? There she is. So Zwei originally power crept Miranda for snow comps, but now it's kind of the other way around. Same reason here as well, by the way. For Zwei, you would catch the crit rate buff with the 2 lines of charge speed on snow. That's why you want those 2 lines of charge speed. Because it allows you to catch 5-second buffs, and there is a surprising amount of 5-second buffs in the game, or like near 5-second buffs that you want to catch on snow. Let's see. So where was I with this? Oh yeah, I was basically done with the bee trees. Now, because you're going Drake Treasure, you could definitely start building Tovi. You could definitely start building your Bunny Soda, and may pray for Shotgun Squad, and that way you have like a Shotgun Squad built up. Priority-wise, like, you're already kind of okay on Scarlet Black Shadow Alice. Like, you definitely need to reroll their lines, though. Same for your Cinderella. but you more or less have like one team. Now for Electro Squad, you could finish the Electro Squad once you finish up Anis, at least 10-10-9. Also, do finish up your crown, I believe. Yeah, finish up your crown because that team is not finished yet. On the B1 side, you're definitely lacking a lot. So finish leader 10. Don't touch S2 anymore. S1 level 10, burst level 10. You don't really need to touch Dorothy because she doesn't see that much usage these days. It's like very hyper specific. D Killer Wife, I believe you had her. Oh yeah, get her S2 to level 10 for the cooldown reduction. After that, you can kind of chip out on the other two, depending on how many resources. You could get the S1 of Rouge to level 10 for your Cinderella comp. Definitely those. So Rouge S1 level 10, D Killer Wife S2 level 10, Leader S1 and Burst level 10. Tia, you could get her S1 to level 10. But that's like lower priority than the others that I have mentioned. Even lower priority than Tovi S1 level 9 in my opinion, because you're already building towards Shotgun Squad, whether you're doing it intentionally or not with the Drake treasure investment. S2, you definitely have to finish your crown. Like that's a no-brainer. Definitely want to get your Maddie at least burst like as close as possible to level 10. I know you have thousands, like I saw literally you having thousands of books, so this shouldn't be like too difficult to achieve. Like you could get her to 777 initially. Same with Grave, like you could get at least her S1 and burst to level 7, so you could have her at 747. Your Blanc can kind of wait until you're done with the other two, so it's kind of fine to leave her there. Your Naga, you definitely want to get her to S1 level 10. And then after that, you could have her at like 1077 initially, depending on how many books you have. Because you have a lot of primary damage dealers as well to finish up. Because even with 2,800 burst books and like 4,000, I think you had in regular skill books, 9,800. Well, with 9,800, you should be able to finish up a lot of Nikkes, though, to be fair. You definitely want to invest into your Bunny Soda for the Shotgun Squad, but Rappy is like, yeah, Rappy is definitely your highest priority. S1, like, just 10-10-10 her, honestly. Like, 10-10-10 your Rappy, and then see the other ones, how many books you have left over. 10-10-10 your Rappy, see how many books you have left over. From there, you start working into your B1s, then your B2 Crown, and then your Naga. No, actually, Naga you can leave her be. So, first, Rappy maxed out. Then you start working into your B1s, like your Leader, your Rouge, and your D-Killer Wife. After that, you finish up your Crown. You get your Grave and your Maddie up and running with key skills at least at level 7.
Me.
And then after that, you can start working on like all the other components, like Shotgun Squad, getting Tovi S1 to level 9, and then investing into Shotgun Squad and like all the other Nikkes that are a little bit underinvested, like Asuka and the like. You have more inventory in boxes? Shut up. No fucking way. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Okay. By the way, these is kind of pointless to not open them. Because these, like, you might as well just open them. You actually do have a lot of skill books, like, Jesus Christ. And you also have, like, a bunch of these. Like, you do know that these, you can open them and just get the... Like, you could have upgraded your Drake a long time ago, by the way. Like, just... Your Drake, you could have upgraded this favorite item significantly more by just opening those things instead of hoarding them for no reason, man. Like, what are you saving for? Like, Nikke 2, Nikke 3? Like, freaking... You know that Nikke is not like Fast and Furious. You don't get, like, a billion of... Like, you're not gonna have a billion Nikke versions. And things is probably not gonna carry on over. Like, look at this. Like, you're still missing Nikkes, by the way. So you could get like, I mean, you don't miss like the key Nikas, to be fair, but you could get like so many Nikas out of this. And then you have also all of this, and like you have like this, you could just open all of these, and you would be able to just get a bunch of treasures up and running, like straight up. Same for these. You don't care about the ones you don't have currently. You do realize that this gives you randomly treasure items as well for Drake, right? This is the Drake one. Oh no, this is the Miranda one. This is the Drake. This is the Drake one. You could open these and you would get like Drake shit immediately. Props to stockpiling everything. Intrusive thoughts usually win. Like, you're really stockpiling a lot of materials. I already had a feeling that you were stockpiling a little bit too much when I saw the 188 custom modules. And when I saw also, like, you know, the skill manuals and everything. Like, you're kind of gimping your own progress by not investing these type of things. Like, sure, hoarding to some extent is fine. And it's actually very good to do. To have, like, the self-restraint to not spend everything. But like the union chips, that's also holding you back because you don't have your cubes leveled up, for example, as well. Like your cubes are in a dog shit state, for example, as well. Like you're sync level 350, so you're like on the upper half of 350, and your cubes are at level 5 and level 6 respectively, like the ones that are actually important. That is actually going to limit you quite a bit because you don't even have them at full power yet. So you gotta level your cubes up. You gotta spend some of those resources, man, because it's really not helping you. Like, really. Like, you're actually holding yourself back quite a bit by not investing these. For example, these things, like, there is absolutely no benefit in hoarding these. Absolutely no benefit. Like, this I kind of understand that you're hoarding it because it's like the collection purpose, like that's fine. Even though it's a lot of materials that you're missing out on. I understand that you're hoarding these. But for example, this, you could just open these and get a bunch of materials for your Drake and future helm and everything. And whatever is left on surplus, you can just convert it anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Like, this battery packs as well, there's no point in hoarding them. Literally no point in hoarding these. Like I said, like the skill books, you're missing out on so many investments as well as a result of all of this hoarding. Like, it's really not helping you out. The console, I like to do them in batches of 50. That's fine as long as you're not holding back levels. So for example, if I go right now and I see that you could level up your console, you're actually holding yourself back. Like, for me, it doesn't matter if you hoard like a few of them because you can't level up. So if you do them in batches of 50, that's completely fine. So this is completely fine. I had my doubts because of the amount that you had. But the rest is kind of less excusable, let's put it that way. Because you're just hoarding way too much stuff. Like, this could be limit breaks on your Nikas. Right? This could be limit breaks on Nikas that are actually useful. Same for this. This could be limit breaks on Nikas that are useful. Skill books, that could be more investments on Nikas to be used for both solo raid, campaign, union raid, even PvP if you're a PvP enjoyer. This is kind of fine to hoard them and just use them whenever you absolutely need them. That's actually completely fine by me. These, like, I don't like it, but I understand why you hoard them. Because some people just like keeping these items as collection value. Like, not using your rocks, for example, is like a huge waste of potential of your account. Same for the skill books. 188 custom modules, that's way too much. I understand saving some amount of custom modules if your account is in a comfortable position, but this is way too much, and your account is not on your account is unfortunately not in a comfortable position. So that's like you're holding yourself back a lot through hoarding, basically. So I already gave you like a roadmap of a bunch of investments that you can do. So you're gonna be able to use a lot of those skill books. The playlist isn't getting you any younger. Shut up. Shut up. It's music I enjoy. So, anomaly and hard mode teams. Okay, so for anomaly and hard mode teams. So let's start with anomaly because that's probably going to be the easier one to deal with. Well, anomaly mirror container. Let's start with anomaly mirror container, shall we? Why do you have this selected? Usually you would have Kraken selected, but let's just... You selected mirror container. I'm gonna make you a team for mirror container. So crown. You want rouge. And what you're gonna do is, well, you could probably put it like this actually. Cinderella. Summer anise. Actually, more like this. Oops. Summer anise. Christmas Maiden. And then on B2 slot, you're going to be putting Crown. That's one team for Anomaly Mirror Container. So this is Anomaly Mirror Container. This is easy mode for fucking Anomaly Mirror Container. Okay, so for Kraken, Anomaly Kraken, what you're gonna be using is gonna be... wait, hold on. Where the hell is Rappy at? Rappy, Crown. Now, you can put Naga, or if you have Treasure Helm, you can put Treasure Helm instead, but we're gonna put Naga here because that's the common strat. This is the best team for Anomaly Kraken. Now, you could replace Naga with Treasure Helm for the faster rotations. That works too. Some people do, like, your Summer Sakura is not invested, but some people do use Summer Sakura. But this is like the Kraken team most of the time. Unless you struggle with Alice, then you can change Alice with Mana, for example. Okay, so... you're a Summer Sakura fucking gal. So we have the Kraken one. This one is gonna be the more annoying one to deal with, to be honest. Like, if I'm being absolutely honest, this is probably gonna be one of the more dogshit ones to deal with. So we have the Crown. You're gonna have to use Quincy, Escape Queen. You're gonna have to use Christmas Ludmilla. Probably gonna have to use Naga Crown. And after that, for B1 purposes, you could put Leader. You could put... oh, hell no. I'm not gonna make myself sound even older by leaving that song on, even though I really, really like it. You could also put Rappy, right? Like, those are possibilities that you could go for. You could go Rappy Red Hood. Since you're not gonna be rotating particularly fast, this works. This actually works. And it buffs quite well the other two. So you could go something like this for this one. The Sparkle theme. Yeah, this is the Sparkle theme. So this would be your water team. And for Ultra... Wait, where the fuck did... Hold on. Wait, do these change... Hold on. So I did Mirror Container. I did Kraken. I did this. Okay, so no, I'm missing two. Okay. I got confused there for a second. Holy shit. So for this one, your snow isn't invested, so it's gonna be kind of a matter of you don't have Summer Helm either, I believe. Yeah, you don't have Summer Helm either. You could go Maddie, you could go Naga, honestly, like either way kind of works. Yoink. For B1, you're gonna be absolutely using Rappy, so that's like a no-brainer there. And then for the B3, you could go either Snow White or you could go Maxwell. Like either works, honestly. I see that your Maxwell is more invested, so you could just go Maxwell, honestly. Although the best team is with Snow White. But you could go Maxwell, that's fine. And then for the Fire Week team, we're just gonna be slotting as per usual. You're gonna be putting Asuka, you're gonna be putting your Rappy, you're gonna be putting your Alice, and then for the final one, you're probably gonna be putting your Naga or something. And there are your teams, like for all of the anomalies. Like when we're talking pure meta teams for anomaly, right? And if we want to talk like absolute pure meta for each anomaly, if we're talking Ultra, the absolute meta for Iron would be with Snow White, and you would be replacing Naga with Summer Helm, but you don't have Summer Helm, so we are going to use Naga instead, right? Although you could technically also replace Naga with, like, for example, Maddie or something. For the Pierce damage bonus. Personally, I like this idea, this angle though. Can't wait for your steel reset so you can fix some of your Nikas. Same here, honestly. Same here. For hard campaign push, it can depend on which part of the campaign you are at, Radon. So let me just have a quick glance at what you're dealing with. Tribe Towers could use some work too. Rip Leona. I mean, Leona is one of those that is kind of like... It really depends on... You're at blue CP on hard campaign though. You could literally auto this. Now, if you do want to push... Where are you in... You have cleared everything, okay. Now, if you do want to start like pushing, which is fine, most of the time you're just going to be running... something like this most of the time. Now, because you're in Iron Week, what you could be also running is just straight up, like... You could run something like this just because it's Iron Week. Or you could even, like, hell. You could even actually run like this, right? Like, you could run like this. Or you could even run this other angle that exists, which is B2 Crown, Rappy, Red Hood. Right, and then you would put like, wait, isn't this like the same as the other team? And then you would have something like this. Oh no, this is for B3 Rappy, there we go. You could run something like this, although Alice would probably be here. Like for Iron Week, you could run like these two teams. That's completely fine. Like, this team is just gonna push you very far anyways most of the time. For Electric Week, you could run something like Ein actually, and that would work quite well. So you could run like Ein plus like Summer and East and shit. Like that's completely fine too. Like for if you ever run into Electric Week, you could run something like this, or just run Red Hood in here, like this. Like that works too. If you're running into Water Week, just run Neutral, which is the team one. But yeah, like for Electric Week, you could just run fucking Ines and East with like freaking Like, you could literally just run like this. And if you don't have, and if it's a scenario where you actually don't want to run Red Hood, like you can just run this. There you have it. Yeah, how's it going, Tycoon? Stuck in hard mode on account of not having more hard mode to play. Yeah, I'll be soon on that situation too. I'm a big fan of Ein. Ein is really solid, like both design and strength. How's it going, Jizzy? No, you're not too late. We have a massive queue of account reviews to do. For tower, honestly, Radon, like for main tower, you can just run the same teams that you run for hard campaign push. That's completely fine. For each specific tower, though, they're not all open, but like I can just give you a quick rundown. Like Missilist Tower, you could run Drake. Personally, I just run, like this is fine too. Personally, what I generally run is just Maxwell with Ein and Nagatia. But it's basically Nagatia plus leader plus any meta freaking burst tree. Like for Missilist, it doesn't get more cookie cutter than that. You could run Drake for Fire Week. You could run Maxwell. If you have Treasure Laplace, you could run Laplace, even though I don't like it. And for Pilgrim Tower, it's like super cookie cutter as well. It's a very simple. Dorothy doesn't get used. You just use your Rappy Red Hood. You use your Red Hood. You use your freaking Scarlet Black Shadow and or Cinderella. Most of the time, you're gonna be using this, and then you just slot your freaking Modernia off burst. You have your B1, you have your 2 B3s, and then your crown. The ones that will flex is basically Red Hood. You can flex in Cinderella. Well, technically, you're just going to be flexing either Scarlet Black Shadow, Cinderella, etc., depending on scenarios. You could also technically run Red Hood as a buffer and just run like this as well. Like, you have options in that regard. You could even, what's it called? You could even like remove Rappy Red Hood as a B1. Although most of the time you're just gonna be running Rappy as a B1 anyways, but like you could run like this. There's like a lot of options. The key things to keep in mind is that most of the time you're gonna be running Rappy as a B1. You're gonna be you're only going to be running Kran as your B2 almost without fail. And after that, it's just a matter of flexing the B3s depending on what you need on the stage. You finished Outpost yesterday? What do you mean by you finished Outpost yesterday? So I have a good chunk of hard mode. I think you're on 25 or something. That's better than the vast majority of players. They mean outpost level cap. Oh, that means that you're on chapter 34 hard, right? Like on Behemoth. Okay, congrats on that, actually. If that's what you mean, congratulations. Rate your lobby picks. I mean, Drake. That's a good lobby. I love this one. I love this one so much. The freaking Giga Chad Matis. They really cooked with the April Fools, didn't they? they really cooked with the April Fools. Okay, so I assume that since you said that last one was rating your lobby, that I can just move on to the next account. So I'll just be moving on to the next account. If you have any questions, I can just answer them as I go on to the next one. So the
Tilde
next
Eliane,
one
is it my turn? Is it my
Piker.
turn? Clueless, is it my turn? Oh, Tilde.
Fucking Estragenus. So the next one is Piker. If you don't mind DMing me your email, please. Yeah, no, it was such a good event, honestly. I really loved it. Roger, so there we go. Piker, just DM me your email and we're gonna move onto your account. Let me manage the rewards and just remove Radon. Free account, free account, free account, free account, free account, free account. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Holy shit, there's so many of them. I mean, I kind of knew what I was getting into, though, because, yeah. Like, absolutely understandable in that front. I'm gonna have to screenshot this, probably, just to make sure that I don't lose, track of these. Yoink. And I'm gonna grab like this. Toonie as well.
Fortis Arcana asked me, when will it be our turn for review,
so there is
but
Piker.
replace every second word with butts? When butts will butts.
So I am completely
butts
out
butts.
of your account.
Our butts turn butts for
Radon,
butts.
you can now do your dailies.
Review butts, butts, butts.
Okay. Actually, I'll just show you guys something really quickly if you don't. No, actually, let's continue the account reviews. Otherwise, I'm never going to be done. I was going to say I'm going to show you guys really quickly how easily Christmas Maiden makes Mirror Container Anomaly, but we'll just have to wait later. Fucking bots everywhere. Oh, by the way, if you need to revisit what I said, like as usual, my VODs are uploaded to YouTube. So you can just go on Alien VODs and just find everything there. So, Piker, which server were you on? You're on global. Okay, noted. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, there is going to be so much to review. Oh yeah, did I mention, by the way, that I was invited into the Creators Club of Twitch for VTubing? That's actually really funny. So I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see what kind of opportunities pop up from that. Let's see. I was very surprised because I got the email like yesterday, I think. I was like, huh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Extorgenus. Yeah, like, I was like surprised, honestly. I was like, I thought I would be way too small of a creator to gather the attention of Twitch for the creator club, but apparently not. Is it gonna hurt? Let Ali chant a 10. Gotta what skill 2 levels next, and a bit of a flex for your core 7 guillotine. Okay. So what units to level up next? Gotcha. Too small, I'm smaller than you. I mean, I'm still a very small creator, I believe it or not. I'm a very, very tiny creator. A lot of time they base things off size of the game. One of your friends used to stream a lot of Realm of the Mad God and got partner off of that, even though most of the views in the category are like 70. Partner is an entirely different thing, though. Like, if your friend managed to get Twitch partner, that's really impressive. Because that means that they average like 75 viewers for like 3 months plus at a bare minimum. But for the for this creator thing, it's not. It seems to not be based on size. Like, it's not like I got Twitch partner or something. But I thought for sure that they would prioritize like bigger streamers, honestly. Not someone as tiny as me.
勝利の女神
It was a big surprise of that.
来たり片翼の魔王よ
There is a fan at Twitch HQ and gifted to celebrate. Imagine. Imagine that there would be Twitch staff that actually enjoy my content. That would be pretty cool. That would actually be really cool. So let's see. So what to level up next? Okay, so probably gonna start with the B trees first so that I can see scale down to the supports afterwards. Yeah, how's it going, Dylan? Bonjour, bonjour. Okay, so treasure 15, of course. I forgot to check the treasure, the dolls, but those are like such a absurd situation that it's probably not worth checking too much. Elemental attack ammo, elemental with ammo. You could probably lock this one and reroll the rest for attack. Central line at tier 11, you could technically lock and reroll for attack here. And for this one, theoretically, it should be a full reroll to get elemental and attack, but that's... Like, rocks are scarce, so you only have 4 rocks. You can leave your Cinderella be. She is 1, 2, 3, 4 elementals, so you're kind of fine, honestly. Let's see. So Alice, ammo, attack, charge speed. Okay. The ammo and attack could be higher values though, for sure. Like you definitely could go higher values on ammo and attack with reset attributes here. You have attack and charge speed here. This is kind of like a weird situation where you could like lock or double lock and try to get like elemental or ammo here. Elemental specifically would be probably better. And then you could compensate the ammo elsewhere. Ammo elemental, that's fine. Could be a little bit higher values, but they're fine. And elemental and ammo, so yeah. So you would have 3, you have 3 ammo. Technically, currently you have 2.5. So you could theoretically like double lock and try to get Ellie here or something, but it's like micro optimizations that are super expensive and probably at the place you're at in the game, they're not that worthwhile. Now, because you have 3 lines of ammo, if this line of ammo was a little bit higher, you could even go Bastion, by the way, on your Alice. But yeah, no, that's a good enough Alice for now. You probably don't need to invest any further into her. Beyond just getting this value is a little bit higher. Because right now you have a 4 charge speed here. So you could just reset attributes here. And as long as you don't hit something stupid in the charge speed department, you should be absolutely fine as just getting more ammo here. Too bad you don't have more Ellie, though, on your Alice. That could bite you in the ass on, like, Fire Week solo raid, but you can kind of work with this. Didn't get the stream notification? Yeah, that would have been a big rip if you lost your streak. I didn't know that my thing had streak tracking. That's good to know, though. Yeah, for example, it would help you with Indivilia anomaly, but it would also help you with some chapters as well, because at 428 you should be at around chapter 30-ish or so, I believe. And that's Fire Week, I believe. Chapter 28. So you're still at the chapter where it's Electric Week. Okay, noted. You'll soon enter the chapters where everything is Fire Week, so do keep that in mind. That it will help you there as well. Let's see. So we have the Max Core Guillotine. S2 level 10. Now, she has been mostly phased. She's gonna be very phased out in Elysian Tower, but you can still use her. Ammo. Elemental ammo. Ooh, elemental black line and ammo. That's pretty good. So you have like 3 lines of ammo, 1 line of attack and like 2 lines of elemental. Okay. I mean, you don't really need to invest any further into Gyo. She's not going to serve you that much anyways. Could be another Charlie Chen breaking down. Dumb question. Will we have a first Water Week chapter since chapter 22 in 3 weeks, or will it be Wind Week again? I don't have a crystal ball, so for all we know, it could be fucking Iron Week. Like, genuinely. Like, for all we know, it could be fucking Iron Week or Electric Week, or they could just say fuck you and put Fire Week again or Wind Week or something. Like, there's we don't really have any frame of reference for these type of things. It really is up to the whims of the developers. For all we know, we could be getting Iron Week again because Wrap Your Red Hood is a thing. Don't you work at Shift Up? Tell them to. I don't work at Shift Up. I'm actually competent at my job, so I don't work at Shift Up. So we have Elemental and Ammo. You could technically that's fine. Elemental here. You could theoretically like lock and reroll for Elemental here. This is kind of like a full reroll angle for Elemental, because double locking for Central Line Elemental is like super cope. I mean, if you don't believe me in terms of competence of shift up development, just ask Yami to explain you guys how charge speed works in Nikkei, because that's a really fun one. Or how the fights are not 180 seconds, but something else. Like, it's fun times ahead. I mean, you could literally just let your Red Hood be for now, because you probably are lacking in investments elsewhere. Elemental, this technically is like a lock and reroll the rest for attack type of angle, but you don't have a lot of rocks, so I'm not gonna fault you for that. You have your 1 line of ammo. You have 2 lines of ammo. That's too much ammo, actually. So, yeah, this could be a full reroll and try to get like elemental and attack. And this one is like a lock and reroll the rest for elemental type of angle. 10, 7, 10, that's completely fine. And Bastion Cube, that's good. That 30 rate line is the bane of your existence. Understandable. 10, 5, 5, that's completely fine. Oil lines for the most part don't matter on Tia, except like ammo. So, you're a Laplace cope enjoyer, I see. Okay. I'm not gonna fault you for that, but I'm personally not a huge fan of Laplace. Though if you want to build your Laplace, it's like elemental attack and then kind of whatever on the final one. Five, 10, 7, Exia. You want elemental and attack primarily on Exia. But you probably have like, hold on. I thought I filtered by B trees, but apparently I forgot to refilter later. I apparently forgot to refilter. Charge speed does help with SBS, but attack will help you more. So the way SBS works is you want elemental above all else. The second most important line is 1 line of ammunition, 3 lines of attack, 4 lines of attack rather, and then the rest can be charge speed, for example. But charge speed is not gonna make your SBS like... To reach the breakpoints of charge speed for Scarlet Black Shadow, you would need like multiple very good lines of charge speed. So attack is just more valuable in general. And rerolling away that line of charge speed is like, unless you feel comfortable double locking and trying to get elemental on central line, like here specifically, elemental would help you so much. Now you're lucky you already have attack on 3rd line, so you just need to get elemental on either line 2 or line 1. If you're confident that you can blow enough rocks into it, you could double lock, theoretically. But in terms of realistic advice, I would probably lock the attack line and reroll the rest for elemental to hedge your odds in your favor. Yo, Barry, how's it going? Please help me. My lines are bad. Oh my god! Imagine Perry needing help from me. That would be a funny one. We're long past that time period, aren't we? But I appreciate it. How's the day been to you? Skill issue, dude. If you have a skill issue, what does that say about me? Oh my goodness. Freaking luck issue, no rocks. Now that is a type of skill issue. That is true. Your bad lines aren't bad. I mean, Perry is pretty good at optimizing his account, to be fair. Let's see. So 10, 10, 9. Elemental. Okay, so you have 2 lines of elemental, 1 line of attack, 3 lines elemental, 1 line of attack. 4 Ellie to attack. That's fine. You can just kind of leave your SNEs be in this spot. She'll do well. Yeah, you have the S1 at level 10. That's fine. You can kind of ignore the rest if you're low on skill books and you have other higher priority Nikas. What kind of concerns me is that I haven't seen Rapier Red. Oh yeah, there we go. So Rapier Red Hood is after the Scarlet Black the OG Scarlet. I was gonna say I found it a little bit concerning that I haven't reached Rapier Red Hood, but you know, 10, 5, 10. That's completely fine. You can kind of leave her at this spot. And she does have her ammo lines, albeit she doesn't have, like, she has like 1 line of LE, doesn't she? Yeah. That's fine. You can kind of leave your Scarlet be, because you probably have higher priorities than this. 10, 10, 10 Rapier Red Hood, okay. That's 1 line of Elemental, 1 line of attack, so this would be a double lock angle to get ammo here. Elemental attack, so yet another double lock angle for first line ammo. That's interesting. Wait, what the fuck am I looking at? Again, this is so good. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? This is so good. Because all of these are double lock to get ammo on the first line. What the fuck? This has the perfect setup to have a 12 out of 12 Rapier Red Hood. Like, no joke. This is actually the setup to get a 12 out of 12 Rapier Red Hood. This is insane luck. This is actually insane luck. So what you will end up doing is you're going to reset attributes to try to get, like, higher elemental and higher attack on, like, all the pieces. Especially this one, for example, you would reset attributes to get higher elemental, higher attack. Same here, you want higher elemental. And then you're going to double lock all of these. Like, you're going to double lock all of these. And you're going to reroll all of them until you get ammo on each one of them. You'd reset after getting the ammo, but that's just you denying math. I mean, it is mathematically better to just reset and then lock them and then just do the ammo. But yeah, you do you. You want to get more elemental on Alice and Asuka? I mean, your Alice could technically use more elemental, but she's in a good spot. Now, I don't know about Asuka. Like, this definitely you want to get higher, though. But the problem with your Alice is that to get those lines of elemental, you're going to have to do some very heavy rerolling. Right? Like, you're going to have to do some very heavy rerolling. And it's going to be very expensive for what it's... Like, it's going to be very, very expensive. I hope you realize that, because... Like, yeah, you're going to have to basically lock the attack here and just fucking... Yeah, like, you're going to have a lot of rerolling. It's going to be super expensive. I probably wouldn't bother touching your Alice too much beyond getting a little bit higher ammo here by just resetting attributes. At least for now, because it's going to be very, very expensive. Like, we're talking hundreds of rocks levels of expensive. Yeah, basically what Perry said. Like, it's going to be 100 to 200 rocks minimum Alice. Like, this Rappy is going to be... This Rappy is already set up to be full best in... within not too many rocks. Like, this is already, like, super set up. This is insanely good, honestly. And what's good about this is that you can start with things like the one that has charge speed, like, you know, reset attributes for higher elemental and attack, double luck, and then get ammo here. And then you can work on the hit rate one, or you can work on either of the hit rate ones, and then finally work on like the crit damage one. But like, yeah, like you have a lot of leeway to work on this. So your Asuka, you have ammo here, so you probably will reset attributes, lock this, and reroll the rest to get elemental. Because ammo is also very relevant on Asuka. So on Asuka, you want elemental, ammo, and then you can start getting some attack as your tertiary. The reason for that is that because she's AR, she consumes 12 bullets per second. I think it was 12 bullets per second, right? Just so that I don't bullshit this, I'm gonna actually double check my spreadsheet because it's been a while since I last checked these values. AR is 12 per second, yes, so I was correct. So within less than 2 seconds, you're gonna be out of ammo and you're gonna be stuck in 1 second reload. That's why you want elemental and ammo on Asuka primarily. You want to mitigate that reload as much as possible. So this you could technically like reset attributes, lock, and then just reroll to get Ellie and maybe even attack. Elemental ammo here, that's fine. Elemental and attack. Honestly, I almost want to say you can roll away the attack, but it's a little bit controversial of an opinion. Same here, like you could lock and reroll for Ellie. Like, you're not gonna be really using Asuka all that much on neutral, technically, so... From my personal perspective, I would probably go into ammo elemental and just not care about these lines of attack and try to get just better ammo elemental and maybe get lucky and get another line of attack elsewhere. 10, 10, 10, that's perfectly fine. That's a good investment on Asuka. Phantom... like, Phantom doesn't perform that well. I mean, you could use her, but like, I'm not a huge fan of Phantom's performance from my own personal testing. Now, if you care about investing into her, of course, you would want like elemental, then like attack, and then ammo. Yeah, it's basically copium, especially considering that for Elysian now you have Rapier Red Hood. You could just run the Killer Wife Rapier Red Hood with like another Elysian Nikke. I mean, Phantom is not exactly the best Elysian Nikke to run for tower, but you know, yeah, it's like quite questionable. Even for Water Weak solo raid, like I'm not hugely fond of Phantom and her damage. Like, she is so conditional and so difficult to make work, especially because part of her kit goes offline depending on multi-target or single target. So I'm personally not a huge fan of Phantom. Like, you would be better off diverting all of these resources you've spent into Phantom into Quincy Escape Queen, for example. Like, you would be significantly better off just diverting all of this into this. Especially considering that... what's it called? Especially considering that you do have a Guillotine invested. You can basically run Rapier Red Hood B3, Guillotine B3. As a B2, you could run whatever Elysian Nikke works for you. Could be Marciana, could be Diesel. Fuck it, could be Mast, could be Summer Helm. And as a B1, you could be running something like The Killer Wife, right? And then after that, you should theoretically have Maid Privity invested for Shotgun Squad, which you don't, but that's kind of whatever. You could have put like that instead of Phantom, and you would be better off, right? Like, diverting the resources of Phantom into Maid Privity would have probably also proven better. Helm, I don't know if you're going for Treasure Helm, but Helm would also be good. Like, Treasure Helm would also be good for Tribe Tower, so there is that to keep in mind too. You are? Okay, so like there you have it. Like Phantom straight up just doesn't have a place in your account for Elysian Tower then. Wait, you said that level 0 SR doll, yeah, that's gonna be pain to upgrade. That's gonna be absolute pain pickle to upgrade. You're really unlucky with leveling the doll. So the common strategy is to level up the R doll up until level 50, max out the R doll, and then convert the R doll into an SR doll so that it starts at level 5, and then from there upgrading it basically. Unless you did what I did, which was putting a SR doll on some Nikas that I knew I was not going to upgrade anytime soon back then. In which case, understandable. Yo, Rexada, how's it going? That Nika back hurts. Yeah, doesn't it? Oh, we're getting ads. We're getting ads. Okay. So, yeah, like the curvature of the back here is like pretty freaking impressive. You convert oral dolls into purple main kits. Wait, what? Yeah, how's it going, Rexada? um, like that is you should keep a good amount of R dolls to upgrade or to equip into Nikes. Because otherwise you're missing out on a lot of power. Now, because we're getting some ads and it's going to be 3 minutes, I'm going to be putting my Be Right Back screen, and I'm going to grab some of my cold medication so that I can take it while we have the ads. Where is it? Words on stream. Log in on that. Copy link. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I can put this script 3 minutes. There we go. And start. I'll be back in 3 minutes. The real content for Cow Villain. I'll be right back. Oh, you guys are doing really well on the word game. Jesus Christ. You guys actually are doing really freaking well. Okay, so. Also, how's it going, Zethan and Den? There we go, and. There we go. How's it going? I hope you guys are having a great day today. So, I had some time to also grab myself some chicken soup as well, so I'll be having a little bit of dinner with this account review spree. Double shout out, yep. And I think I missed the fact that also thanks a lot for the resub, much appreciated, Zethan. Thank you. Super ramen, actual soup. It's called caldo tlalpeño, which is a type of Mexican soup that is with it has some rice, chickpeas, carrots, chicken stock, of course, and some avocado. It's a and some I forgot the name of that thing. It's called courge in French, but I forgot the name in every other language. Courgette. Apparently, that's actually the zucchini. No, there's no way it's zucchini. I think it's squash. I think it's called squash in English. But yeah, it's a really nice soup. It's really good for when you're sick too. Because it has a dash of lemon as well. Old music again. Okay, Juanes is not that old, okay? It's like, it's early 2000s as well. Like, it's not that old, Madge. Gabe's soup. Could probably put a picture of it later in my Discord. Around the time you were born, shut up, Perry. Holy fuck. It's not that old. Like, come on. Man. Is this how my parents felt whenever I said that their music was old? Holy shit. I mean, 2000 was only like 25 years ago. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. These kids these days are uncultured, clueless, old. Holy shit. You, that's old. You weren't even born, Jesus Christ. Freaking Zoomers, man. Freaking Zoomers. But yeah, before I lost Drake, it's 27, so it is. I mean, yeah, like you're what? 3 to 4 years younger than me. I turned 31 last December, so yeah. So we were on Quincy. We already established that Phantom is copium, and you should probably reset her. So you got Zoomer in the chat that are ready to call you Tito. Oh my god. I thought Yellen's was actually closer to my age, yeah, personally. It's always fun to notice that people are like different to the age you actually expect them. Tio Ali, Jesus Christ. You know you're getting there as well, yeah. The 5 rugs, that's really lucky, Zethan. And Fujin are the uncles of the Nikki community. Oh yeah, that's true. Fujin is actually older than me. Like, by quite a bit. That is actually true. The uncles of the Nikki community. I think like the people that are around my age in the Nikki community are like what? For sure Fujin, for sure Kusa. Then there's me, and then I don't know who else would be like close to my age. Yesenia sounds like she's close to my age. Like, considering some of the stuff that I've chatted with her about, like Latin American culture, she sounds like she'd be around my age. Like, at least not that far off. At least more of an auntie, freaking Aya. Buy rock packs on February, Jesus Christ. How's it going? Q says, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. How's it going, Kusa? There we go. Okay, let's continue. So, your Quincy definitely could use some more investments on her S2 for her self-buffing. S1, you could go as well to level 10 because, you know, damage dealt when attacking core and especially distributed damage bonus. When Explore Route Stage 1 is like fully stacked, so that's super easy to achieve. And then you have like the burst skill that needs to go to level 10 because of the damage for Water Week. You have a 10-5-10 Maxwell, full OL with... Ooh, this elemental damage at 9% is like super low, Jesus Christ. But you probably most of the time don't want to invest too many rocks into Maxwell anyway, so that's kind of whatever. But yeah, that's super... Okay, I respect the waifu investments. Just finished work meetings and eating lunch. Oh, nice. I hope work's been training you all right, Kusa. Also, since Kusa is also like... he'll understand what I mean by I'm having caldo tlalpeño. Yeah, so that's a waifu investment. I'm not going to talk about it. But definitely something to consider resetting if you get tired of the waifu investment. Emilia, that's kind of like a PvP investment. If you're not using her for PvP, you're coping. If you're doing this for PvP, that's fine. I won't comment on it. Although if it's for PvP, you would want charge speed on her. Just for reference. But yeah. 10-10-7, that's fine. Ammo elemental attack. You can kind of reset attributes here to get higher LE, but not the highest of priority. Same here, you could lock and reroll the rest for like LE ammo. And same here, lock for LE ammo. Like your Modernia is in a really bad spot. Although, like her usage is gonna be very niche scenarios in campaign push and mostly solo raid fire week at this point. Like it's gonna be mostly solo raid fire week and whatnot. Million investment, you know someone in Omni that hard invested in Emilia? Jesus Christ. But then again, Omni has some of the weirdest shit investments imaginable. Like, I'm not surprised. Snow White, this is a full reroll. This says lock and reroll the rest. This is a full reroll, and this is a full reroll because it's a low elemental damage, and it's on the first line, so you really don't care. Don't invest any further into S1, that's pointless. S2 is kind of like... if you want the luxury investment, you can invest in the luxury. But like 4-4-10, 4-7-10, 4-10-10 is like the 3 different degrees of investment on Snow White. But your Snow is like not really invested, so I wouldn't worry too much about doing the luxury ones. Like your Snow has like, what? 1.5 lines of attack or something, and like half a line of elementals. So this is like, yeah, definitely needs some work eventually. Gave out long trying to invest in Snow White. That's fair. Sweet dreams are freaking. This is Eurythmics with Annie Lennox, isn't it? I think. Yeah, this is the collab of Eurythmics and Annie Lennox. It was such a good song, though. Noir, level 10. This could go all the way to level 9 if you really care about upgrading Noir. Burst skill is no longer really all that necessary to upgrade. Like, bunnies have been phased out quite a bit, so you're rarely going to have a situation where you're gonna be using Noir for bursting. Like it does happen, like last solo raid with the Rappy team, but it's like super rare. A bunch of all these songs. Like, stop calling me old, like fuck's sake. Y'all are just finding creative ways of calling me old, like Jesus Christ. Summer Sakura, I would say, just honestly, unless you're like coping for Kraken and you somehow like struggle really fucking badly on Alice, you could in theory invest into her, but otherwise I would just hold off unless you desperately need Win Week solo raid. On the other hand, Ein 10-10-10 and invested properly will help you a lot to deal with Crystal Chamber, Mirror Container. Like those two, you're gonna be able to deal with them more easily. Thanks to the existence of Ein. Technically, it's gonna be more Mirror Container than anything. But I find using Ein on Crystal Chamber to be quite helpful, especially with breaking the horns. That's personally, though. Don't worry, I'll never call you old. You're still a baby bear out of your diapers. This song reminds you of when you were a kid. Jesus Christ. What are the most common problems associated with old age, but replace every word with boomer? Jesus Christ. Your Ein could definitely use like more elemental rolls. Like this is a luck and reroll the rest. This is fine. You can just reset attributes and get a little bit higher.
Fortis Arcana
And this is a
asked
full
me,
reroll. Like helmet
what are
and
the
boots are
most
just
common
full rerolls.
problems associated with old age, but replace every second word with boomer? Boomer memory loss, boomer joint pain, boomer hearing issues,
Oh my god, it actually
boomer vision
works.
decline, boomer slower
Oh
reflexes,
my god, why does it actually work?
boomer digestive troubles, boomer sleep disturbances, boomer bone fragility, boomer dental problems, boomer immune weakening, boomer balance issues, boomer cognitive decline, boomer skin changes, boomer cardiovascular problems, boomer muscle loss, boomer mobility limitations.
Oh my god, boomer mobility limitation sounds like saying skill issue at life without saying skill issue at life. Look at all these boomer problems, my god. But yeah, you could definitely invest a little bit further into your Ein. 2B is kind of like a skip in terms of investment. There's like some rare scenarios where you could get some use out of her, but not all that necessary. This is a hard stopping point in investment on Privity. There's no need to go any further. When it comes to OL as well, it's like mostly CP padding and some rare scenarios, so you don't really need to. This Horan, unless it's a waifu investment on which I will not comment, this is like a reset and don't invest any further into her. It's like Gigacopium. Maiden, on the other hand, would benefit from getting those skill books from Horan. S2, you want to get it at level 10. And Burst Skill, you want to have it at least level 7, if not level 10. S1 level 4 is fine, but you could go higher. So yeah. Guillotine, like, Christmas Guillotine, I don't understand the copium around it. Like, I personally don't find the investment to be super worthwhile, so it will be something to consider resetting eventually. Helm, if you do get the treasure, definitely gonna be very useful. S1 will increase her burst generation by a fuck ton. S2 will give her a lot of personal damage and buffing capabilities, and her burst skill is just gonna be a fucking nuke. She did forget boomer hair loss. I mean, hair loss is not just with age. I knew a guy that was balding like he was in his mid-40s at the age of 18. I'm not even joking. There was this guy when I was in medical school. Like fresh out of high school, 17, 18 years old, both of us, and the guy was like his hair loss was on par with someone in his late 40s. It's like, holy shit. Like that looking at him, it was like, dude, just you might as well just shave your head and go bald. Like full on bald, because it was really freaking, it was really sad to look at. I've talked about him before on stream, yeah. He always wore like a little cap or a bonnet or like a beanie. Yeah, like, honestly, it was pretty sad, honestly, because he was pretty self-conscious about it. Vesti, I wouldn't invest any further into her. Same with these. However, Maid Privity is definitely worth the investment if you can build a shotgun squad. So you do have Maid Privity. Ray is also like a worthwhile investment for Fire Week. And Bunny Soda is another investment that you would consider for Shotgun Squad, for example. Now, if we look at your B2s, okay, nothing too egregious pops out beyond the fact that Crown is here. MLB Guilty, I respect that for the sole purpose of, like, you know, waifu investments, but... okay, so you want the personal damage route. You kind of wanted S1 over S2, because S2 is her personal damage, S1 is her buffing capabilities. You're going to be using her more for her buffing capabilities and her damage, but, you know. Is this the correct... Oh, yeah, this is the duplicate attack. Okay, that's good. I mean... You have Guilty that you could slot into Shotgun Squad, so you could definitely invest into Shotgun Squad, I guess. 10, 10, 10 Crown. Wait, does this Guilty just randomly have, like, significantly more? Yeah, she has, like, a bunch of attack and some elemental. That's really funny. You do want more elemental because Guilty will see mostly play in Shotgun Squad for Win Week solo raid. But otherwise, that's kind of whatever. Don't invest any further into her S1. Even her S2, you don't need to invest any further. Burst Kill is already level 10, so your Blanc, you can just ignore her and not invest any further into her. You will want to eventually 10-10-10 your Naga for the sake of solo raid and union raid, so there is that to keep in mind. Nihilister MLB, so another waifu thing with... another waifu thing to do with... So I'm not going to comment on that. I wouldn't invest any further into Nihilister, but that's just like waifu stuff. Okay, good. So you reset that. Is there another one that I'm forgetting here? That oh yeah, your Maddie is completely uninvested, isn't she? Get her to 777 at the very least. And then from there, try to work on getting her burst skill to level 10. Because Maddie is a very powerful B2. Very, very powerful B2. Helmaku Marine is one of those where you can get her S2 to anywhere between 7 and 10. And she will be amazing for Iron Week. Like, absolutely amazing support for Iron Week. Beyond that, I mean, you could theoretically try to up Leona for the sake of Shotgun Squad, but it's like a very luxurious investment that you probably cannot afford anyways. So, let's look at the B1s now. 1055, we already saw this one, and we already saw this one. This is fine, you don't need to invest any further into Leader. Rouge, the S1, you do want to get it to level 10. The others are like luxury investments. You could go like 1044, 1077, 101010. It really depends on how much you can afford. Dorothy, I wouldn't bother investing further into her because she's been reduced into very niche scenarios for the most part. What is MLB, my love, baby? It's max limit break, yeah. It's when you get 3 limit breaks, it becomes max limit breaks. So, and after that, we start talking about cores because that's the next step beyond that, right? So this is core 3. This is limit break 3 or max limit break, and this is limit break 0, right? And this is limit break 2 for reference, right? You have level S2 level 10, so you're kind of okay for the most part on the Killer Wife. You could go further, but it's like luxury that you probably cannot afford at the moment, considering how starved in skill books you are, from what I'm seeing. Same for volume. There's no need to invest in S1. It's mostly S2 and burst, and it's like a luxury investment. Even my volume is not invested in terms of skills yet. However, Tovi is one of those that you will have to eventually invest into. So it's skill 1 at level 9. This is the most important thing to get on Tovi. Level 9 on skill 1. And once you get level 9 on skill 1, you can go like anywhere between 4 and 10 on S2 and burst skill. It's a little bit deceiving when you see things, websites like Pridewin or like NikkiGG or even Lutz and Waifus, when they say 9, 10, 10 is like the maximum best investment. It may lead newer players to believe that S2 over S1, but in reality, it's S1 over S2 until level 9. Once skill 1 hits level 9, then you can start investing into skill 2 as a higher priority. The reason for that is because of the percent chance of activating her skill 1, which gives her the emergency crafted bullets. The emergency crafted bullets only served once you have maximum stacks to give the attack speed. So if you don't have this maximum, like this stack to the max to get temporary modification, you won't get the charge speed. Hence why skill 1 to level 9, which is the final breakpoint for the probability of activating it, is the most important thing in her kit. If that makes sense. So that is something to keep in mind. Beyond that, I think we've mostly looked at everything. Do you have any questions, Spiker? I should probably give you an order of investments, shouldn't I? Let's see. Your crown is finished. So probably Maddie levels 7s across the board and finishing your what's it called? Your grave is probably the technically, yeah. Maddie's 7s across the board and finishing your grave is probably your highest importance for the B2s. For B3s, I would probably start working on your Ein for Electric Week. Resetting some Nikas is pretty important, and after that, I would probably start working on Shotgun Squad for your account. That would probably be my main recommendations. How do you make Nikke good again? Nikke is good in terms of story. Like, the storytelling is amazing, so that doesn't need any fixing. Nikke is absolutely amazing in terms of music as well, so that doesn't need any fixing. It's just that the Nikke devs in charge of making Nikke kits and encounters need to get their freaking head out of their asses. Because holy fuck. Like, those are the parts that are suffering the most at the moment. But yeah. I'll be out of your account now. Yo, how's it going, Tectonic? Ragnar, could you do me a favor and shout out Mr. Tectonic, or Gao, actually, could also shout him out. Or Zetan if he's still here. Good, shout out Mr. Tectonic here. How's it going, my dude? Happy to see me back. Thanks a lot. Like, I'm happy to be back. So, Piker, I am out of your account, so we're gonna go on to the next one. So, next on the list will be Raulo. If he is here, let me check the list. I don't know if Raulo is, like, lurking here, but let's just see. No, he is not here. Okay, so we're gonna skip Jesus, that jump scared me. Shout out Tectone. Oh my god, no, Tectonic. We just gotta do some PGR clearing before you leave it all to last minute. Nice. Oh, Barry also redeeming the account for you. Jesus Christ. Oh, am I a little bit sick, but I'm doing good. Thanks. You redeemed it as well, Kusa. Jesus Christ. Everyone redeeming them. Okay, so since Raulo is not here, we're gonna check if Aculex is here. Okay, so Aculex is not here, it seems. Yeah, so Aculex is not here either. So Piker is already done, Raulo. So GZ is up next. Okay. GZ, if you're here, can you DM me your email, please? Reminiscent, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. For fun, only do mine if there's nobody in line. I have a fun DM to send you. So we're done with Piker. I have a fun DM to send you, Mr. Perry. Let's see. So where is Mr. Perry? There. So GZ, if you're still here, like present, if you could please DM me your email so that I can log into your account. so that we can continue rolling, getting this rolling. There we go. Okay, so if GZ is not here, we're just gonna go to the next one then. You see what I mean, right, Perry? Okay, so if GZ is not manifesting himself, I'll just go on to the next one on the list. So Aya would be after GZ then. So whichever GZ or Aya manifest themselves in my DMs on Discord, it will be the first of the account reviews then. Mm-hmm. That's what you said for fun, yeah. That's what ends up happening. Okay, so Aya. Oh, okay, so that's how you roll. Okay, got it. Okay, and there we go. And Aya is on global. So let's swap the name on the account review to... I should just put Aya, shouldn't I? There. Yours is complete meme anyways. It would be Gold Hub. I mean, that's completely fine. I assume it would be the Gold Hub account. Like, there is no reason it would be the other one. But yeah, no, I'm okay with meme account reviews as well. Like, it's fun and it helps the community to just do these free account reviews. And I'm honoring my subathon milestone simultaneously, so. Hey, you guys want to hear something really funny? Okay, chat, take a guess at how many songs there are on my playlist that I use for streaming. I originally made this playlist for the purpose of when I'm traveling. So whenever I'm traveling, visiting my family and stuff like that, I have this playlist playing on the plane for myself. Oh, that would have been one of my older playlists, Perry. That one would have actually been pretty close to one of my older playlists. This one's a little bit more curated. It's a little bit more curated, so it has only 642 songs. It only has 642 songs. So it's like we have 39 hours of music there. Yeah, how's it going, Reminiscent? Your said follower here was wondering if mirror container hard mode, do you need to be 481 to CP break mirror container shield? Been trying that at sync 469 and I can't seem to break the shield during phase 2. It depends to some extent on your overload lines and cores, but the general recommendation is being post 480. It is possible pre 481. Like, it is possible, but it really depends on your cores and especially your overload lines. Like, if you have like a bunch of elemental and attack lines on your Ein, it is possible. Especially if you line up all of your buffs with the first break. A former college radio DJ with an extensive music collection, you stop counting songs and tracked playlists by size. How long before a song was repeated? The record was 192 hours. Jesus Christ. I mean, it is possible, but like that's the thing about mirror containers. So, Reminiscent, are you a YouTube watcher of my channel by any chance? Just as a question. Because because like when people usually come and ask me about these type of questions, it's usually a viewer of my YouTube channel. If you're not, I have 2 separate guides on Mirror Container that could help you on my YouTube channel here. So I can also explain here on stream additional stuff while I do the account review on Aya. But I do have 2 separate videos specifically for Mirror Container, breaking down like everything there is to know on Mirror Container. Does free account review also include free Mother Whale Missilist Tower carries? Jesus Christ. I could try. Been watching it for clear and no luck. Okay, so if you have been watching, I can like tell you a few things. I'll go on Aya's account just to showcase this real quick. Let me just grab Mirror Container. I will assume that Aya has a... Okay, I guess wrong, I guess. Let's just grab real quick. So if you're going for hard mode, you're gonna be going with Ein anyways. Now, you could go with Leader, or you could go with Rouge, depending on your Rouge investment and Leader investment. And then after that, you have your Cinderella. And then after that, you're probably gonna have something like a Submariners. You're probably gonna have something like this. Most likely. Oh wait, why does Cinderella... Ew. Why does Cinderella not have a Bastion Cube? I mean, it's a little bit less elemental, but it's still better. Okay, there we go. Okay, so... I'll just do a quick demonstration for you on this, like really, really quickly. I probably should put Cinderella here, though. There. Okay. But... like, the thing to keep in mind is that, one, you would need, like, very fucking good lines. Like, we're talking a bunch of attack lines and elemental lines on Ein, on top of additional cores, right? But once you reach that phase, so we're just gonna... we're gonna use Aya's account as a frame of reference, but... one little trick that you can do is that these things, if you can block them with the shield, it's better to block them with the shield. If you can't block them with the shield, what I just did is the biggest benefit that you can get. Right? Whoops. Because then you would not be losing HP like an idiot like I just did on later just then. The reason for that is that the timeline on phase 1 for Mirror Container hard mode is tied to... the timeline to Mirror Container phase 1 is tied to those glass slippers. That is something that I personally noticed. I'm not gonna like hyper mold min max this. I'm just gonna showcase kind of like what you're gonna wanna have ideally. So ideally, one, you wanna have your Ein burst on this. So ideally, you wanna have your Ein burst for this. And you wanna have your leader burst charged up. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have your... oh, fuck. Okay, so imagine I burst with Ein here, right? You're gonna have your Ein burst, you're gonna have the leader buff, and between the Ein burst buff, which I accidentally burst with Cinderella, but you're gonna be increasing the charge damage by a fuck ton. You're gonna be increasing your own attack as well with this. Charge damage with this, and you're gonna also be increasing your attack with the leader buff, which only lasts 5 seconds, so it's a tight timing to get. And if with all of these buffs combined, you cannot break the glass slipper with a full charge shot, especially if you time the self-buffing of Ein with the extra charge damage with one full charge shot, which is this one, right? It's Feather Shot. So let me just show you. See, here is Feather Shot. If with all of those stacked combined, you cannot break the first glass slipper, then you need more power, essentially. Right. So if with all of those things stacked together, you do not break that glass slipper, then you absolutely are missing stats, and for that you would need more, like either the 481, or you would need like extra attack lines, extra elemental lines, extra cores, or just straight up like sync levels in general. I hope that helps answer your question, Reminiscent. It's a matter of stacking those buffs together. Now, if you're running with Rouge, you can also like stack the buffs there too, right? Because you still get attack up and other stuff, but it's like really comp dependent in that regard. But yeah, your Ein is not built, so you'll keep trying. Yeah, like if your Ein is not like very built, like doesn't have like a bunch of elemental and attack lines, it's gonna be very difficult pre 481. Personally, on my account, I believe I had to go to 481 to be able to kill Mirror Container. Because my Ein was lacking in because my Ein was lacking in some lines for certain things. But for me, the main thing that really made it impossible to get the kill pre 481 was the lack of cores on my Cinderella. I just didn't have the damage to kill Mirror Container before the shielding phase straight up, no matter how much I micro optimized. So that is something to consider. Okay, so let's look at Aya's account here. So for Aya, also just let me snooze the ads by 10 minutes so that we can just have a look at Aya's account. Without having to worry about ads just randomly jump scaring us. So elemental, blue line, and attack line. Jeez, that's quite the opener. Okay. That is quite the opener. Jesus Christ. Elemental blue and attack blue, elemental blue and attack blue, elemental blue and attack blue plus 1 line of ammo. Attack blue plus elemental. This is a really, really strong Red Hood. Jesus fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, that's a how much elemental? That's 27, basically 28. 28 plus 25, that's 53. 53, 79. 79, that's a 90. That's a 101 elemental Red Hood, isn't it? Your Red Hood is the strongest one in Omni after looking at everyone's Red Hoods. Like, that's a 100 plus elemental Red Hood with like, that's like essentially 14, 27, 27, 28, 28, 40, 41, 41, 53 attack. That's a 101 elemental and 53 attack Red Hood. I would be very surprised if there were a lot of people if there were many people that had a stronger Red Hood than you in Omni. The only thing you're missing is literally 2 cores on your Red Hood, and there's no fucking shot anyone in Omni has a better Red Hood. Like, what the fuck? I don't know if Mr. Perry is still here, but I'm pretty sure that Tsukino would fucking absolutely gigamold looking at this. Holy shit. Only cracked hood, yeah. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Like, Tsukino would maul looking at this. Holy fuck. That is a really good Red Hood. And I assume that the doll is like level 15, right? Yeah. Okay. That's a very strong start. That's a very strong start. Okay, this is a little bit weaker, but this is fixable, to be fair. Because one, you could just lock this and reroll the rest to get elemental and ammo, so it's kind of fine. You could theoretically also just lock reset attributes double lock or shit. That's also fine. But like, this is still fine though. Your rocks have been thrown to red PP. That's fine. Like, understandable. And your Alice is not like weak per se, right? Because this is elemental attack. This is attack ammo. So you have 2 useful lines here and there. You have a blue line of charge speed, which is really good. Again, ammo elemental. So we have 2 lines of elemental. We have the ammo here. Ammo and charge speed. And then she's very low on elemental. She has like only 19%. No, wait. Only 40... Only 43, 44% elemental. But she's fine. Like, she's more than serviceable. She has like 2 lines of 3 lines of ammo, right? Yeah, she has 3 lines of ammo. She has her 2 lines of charge speed. She still has some serviceable amount of elemental, so she's good. Like, and 10, 10, 10 because why the fuck not, I guess. At least you have a better Alice. I mean, like, this is a pretty strong Alice regardless, right? And max core and everything, and 481, of course, like, as expected. 1 line of ammo with elemental here. Elemental, I mean, this could... You definitely could use more lines of attack and elemental, technically, on this Scarlet Black Shadow. I feel like that line of ammo is just mentally blocking you from trying to roll better. This could be a full reroll into elemental plus attack, to be fair. Here you're kind of fine. You have the 2 lines that you need. And on this one, you could theoretically full reroll for elemental attack combinations. So, to improve your Scarlet Black Shadow. Now, 10, 10, 10 feels a little bit wasteful. Not gonna lie. It does feel a little bit wasteful, but, you know. Like, S2 stopping point at level 7 is probably best, but... I guess it's CP pads, so you're kind of... Like, if you can afford it, that's fine, but I'm personally not a huge fan of it. Because that's super luxurious. Of course, we have the Naga with the skin and everything, which is really nice. And I believe I have seen your Naga before, and she has like a bunch of hit rate and elemental, from what I remember, and the attack lines. So she's kind of like a strong Naga technically. And of course, we have 10, 10, 10 across the board. So, what do you mean? SBS deserves the best. I mean, you could go for better lines for sure. Like, I definitely could go for better lines on SBS. It will help make Kraken a lot more chill, for example. And Solar Raid a lot more chill as well. Still a very solid SBS, though. 10, 10, 10, as expected. Now, one thing that I will mention, though, is that feeding the boots is not exactly the best thing to do. I know even I'm guilty of it sometimes when I'm trying to CP pad, and more importantly, stat pad to survive certain things that I wouldn't survive unless I had more cores. But it's not a generally good practice to level 5 boots like this, because then you're going to run out of gear to feed to overload very fucking quickly. So that is something to keep in mind, that you don't need to systematically level 5 the boots. Like, there are some niche scenarios where you can make the argument, but generally speaking, for the most part, leveling the boots past overload is like not the best of practices. Because that's a lot of gear mats that are just being fed into the void. 10, 10, 10 liter, it feels a little bit wasteful to just CP pad on S2, but that's kind of whatever. 10, 10, 10 Ein, that's actually as good. Elemental damage attack. Elemental damage attack, that's good. Elemental damage attack. So only this one only has... so you could have quad ED, quad quad attack if you really wanted to. Also, this Ein has really fucking high elemental. That's actually wild. You to make it really comfy, you could go for 1 line of ammo. I personally like going for 1 line of ammo on Ein to rotate bursts smoothly. So you could try to go for attack and ammo on this one. And just leave the other ones be, right? Because the other ones would be double lock scenarios. Whereas this one, you could theoretically just lock and try to aim for attack or ammo. If you get both, that's lucky. If you don't, then at least you have one or the other. But this is a quad AD, like, try-attack Ein. This Ein is going to absolutely shred Mirror Container. In terms of those still working on Ein, then zoom to hell. I mean, that's fair enough. Honestly, that's fair enough. Like, this Ein generally will absolutely shred the living fuck out of Mirror Container. Like, your Ein is already really, really strong. Like, she will absolutely shred the shit out of it. Elemental attack. Attack ammo capacity, elemental crit rate. Ammo blackline and attack blackline with elemental. Jesus, that's a wild one. So personally, I tend to value ammo over attack because Rappy self-buffs so strongly in terms of attack and in terms of attack that you hit diminishing returns on attack buffs quite a bit. As a result, I personally tend to value elemental above all else, of course, as any other Nikke. But I personally tend to value ammunition over attack almost full stop. Like, almost full stop. You could make the argument for like 2-3 lines of ammo and then it starts losing value, but personally I would say the value of attack is not going to be all that massive on Rappy just because she already gets so much attack self-buffing herself. Now, you could make the argument for the attack lines if you're only going to use her as a B1. In other words, in combat assist mode, but generally speaking, if you only use her as a B1, you can make the argument once you hit 2 lines of ammo, then attack starts being more valuable. But yeah, I personally value ammo more than attack. Like, the thing is, the closer you get to absolute infinity in terms of ammo, the more damage Rappy Red Hood is just gonna do. Because you could make the argument for the breakpoints in ammo, but I personally make the argument of the diminishing returns. 95% attack for the B3 version means that you're going to, and also the like all the self-buffing and everything. She has such strong attack self-buffing as a B3 that attack lines just almost don't matter on her. Almost. However, if you use her as a B1, then yes, you could make the argument for the ammo breakpoints for when and when not to, but you know, if you have 4 fucking lines of ammo and a Bastion Cube, you're probably almost never running out of ammo. Yeah, but that's just a matter of managing your Rappy Red Hood. Like, first and foremost, if you have 4 lines of ammo, she's almost never gonna reload. And you can also just manual your Rappy Red Hood to reload intentionally before you enter full burst. Like, if you know you're going to run out of ammo, you can just fucking manual her at that specific moment and just do it. Like, I find the argument of you don't want X to reload during full burst to be... It's correct, but at the same time a little bit disingenuous because you can actually intentionally make the Nikke reload, right? It's more comfortable for sure. And you want to make sure that you don't run out. But it's a little bit weird of an argument sometimes. And in the Rappy Red Hood case, just reducing the overall amount of reloads is just better than attack on Rappy Red Hood as a burst tree. Like, straight up. Like, there is no question about it. At least in my mind, there is absolutely no question about it. If you manage to reduce the overall amount of reloads during a full fight, you will get more benefits on Rapid Red Hood B3 than you would if you got just more attack. Not necessarily, but yeah. I could see both sides of the argument. To me, the reality is that the net benefit of just not reloading almost at all during a fight would outweigh the attack benefits. As a B3. Now, as a B2, I would agree. As a B1, I mean. As a B1, I would agree. As a B3, I personally value ammunition over attack in any circumstance, basically. Wait, I was in the middle of checking this out, but this is like a really strong Rappy Red Hood anyways. Like, she has the ammo. So, in Aya's case, the argument almost doesn't exist because she's just one ammo short. And she has elemental and almost... She has elemental like on every piece, right? No, she doesn't have elemental here. Okay. So you could theoretically try to roll here for elemental. You could technically lock and double roll, or you could just full reroll. Technically, you could just straight up full reroll and try to get ammo elemental, but locking attack and just rerolling the rest to get elemental attack could also be an idea. Especially if you're planning on using her more as a B1. No, even in terms of pure min-maxing, the argument doesn't fully hold. Because if you're at that level of min-maxing, you can actually plan around your ammo. Like, if you're really, really at that point of min-maxing, you can actually plan your ammo. I say that from personal experience. Okay, so that's that. Oh yeah, you have an invested snow, don't you? 10, 10, 10, Jesus. Yeah, that is a very invested snow. Now, technically, S1 is absolute overkill. You don't really need to invest in that, but you could go for S2 and burst kill. Lendistal, yeah, that is absolutely based. My snow used to be like this, by the way. I just decided to reset her because I'm just too book starved to do these type of luxury investments. Because the S1 doesn't really do that much. Now, this could be a reset attributes lock reroll. Because you do... Ooh, that's a black line of elemental damage. That's really good. Technically, you don't really need the charge speed at the... In current meta, like, it would be nice to have the charge speed, but you don't need to fish for it. And you have 1, 2, 3 lines of Ellie, although this one could be a little bit higher, so you could try to fish for an elemental line here and then just fish for attack, but your Snow White is like in a good spot, honestly. Like, there's other higher priority Nikas to invest into anyways before you continue investing into Snow. 10, 10, 10 mod, sheesh. Okay, the hit rate line, that's good for her self-buffing. We have ammo here, we have ammo here with elemental, ammo and attack. You could use a little bit more elemental, but Moderna is such a low priority these days that I can kind of, like, more than just forgive it that you don't bother with it. Now, Cinderella being this low is interesting, though, because she's 10, 10, 10. That means that you haven't been very lucky with Cinderella, have you? So yeah, that's a pretty low roll of an elemental. This is a full reroll to get elemental attack. This, you could reset attributes, lock, and reroll the rest to get attack. This is fine. So yeah, you could technically full reroll this to get elemental attack. Full reroll this for elemental attack. Full reroll this for elemental attack. And this is fine. You could try to fish as well for a ammo line, because you do want one ammo line on Cinderella. You do want that one ammo line on Cinderella, because in her case, it's really detrimental if she reloads too often. Imagine throwing 60 rocks to get 180 line. They'd tell me about it. But yeah, holy shit. Like, third line Black ED is absolutely insane luck. How's it going, Lyra? Looks like you're late again. Yeah, no worries. Like, absolutely don't worry. Like, honestly... Like, we're still gonna have the account reviews for the rest of the week. Like, we still have so many to go through. Oh my goodness. Like, you're gonna have a treat in terms of account reviewing. But yeah, your Cinderella could definitely use some help. If I were you, I would probably stop investing more into Rappy and I would start investing into Cinderella. The reason for that, for me saying that, is that I know that in hard campaign you're at you're at like Crystal Chamber or like close to Mirror Container. Yeah. Yeah, so you're reaching Mirror Container and you really want to have a strong Cinderella as well for your Mirror Container. Like you really, really want to have that strong like you really, really want to have that strong Cinderella, because otherwise you're just not gonna make it. Strong Cinderella, strong Ein would definitely help a lot. And after that, like yeah, like the other Nikes like Rouge would definitely help a lot. I'm surprised that Gespe went for Rouge here, considering that his Rouge doesn't have LBs. So the net benefit is probably lower than a leader here. Technically, but that's I mean, he managed to clear, so that's fine. But he could definitely probably have gone for leader here. Oh, Giuseppe did the clear pretty recently, huh? That's interesting. Wait, is he the record clear on global? That's funny. Gotta love how the freaking clears are so close apart, though. Like, for the record ones, they're all so fucking close. Like, I'm here, and I'm like, freaking 1,063,000, and the other one is like 1,037,000. It's like fucking 30K apart. Like, the record clears here are gonna be super tight. Still at work, damn. How long am I gonna be going? Still half an hour more, Lyra. Still half an hour more, longer. Yeah, have a good one, Yami. Thanks a lot for dropping by. I appreciate it. Have a good night. You clear at a 281 synchro with quite an investment team. Does I have Maiden? This is hard mode, Lyra. But yeah. X Maiden could theoretically help, but we are talking about hard mode, so that's gonna be a little bit more rough. Yeah, Aya is in the top unit of global, by the way. Just for reference, she's in the rank 1 unit of global. She's in Omni, basically. Yeah, how's it going, Akilix? I jumped your turn, by the way, Akilix, since you weren't here, so we're on Aya, but I can just loop back to you. Let's see, so we were on Cinderella. Honestly, like, overall, I know that your account is partially managed by Lenny's advice, so I'm not too concerned about your investments, to be honest. Because Lenny is just as knowledgeable about the game as I am, honestly. So I'm not too concerned about your account investments. Although that Maxwell could use a doll, Aya. I saw that. I saw that. Take me off the list if anything. I gotta run to class. Have a good stream. Yeah, no worries, Perry. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to reach that far into the list anyways, so don't worry. But have a good luck in class. You were dead at the time. Don't worry, Achilles. Like I said, I can slot you for it later. And Doro doesn't really need that much anymore. You for gore you can't put it. I'll just let you put it yourself, Aya. I'd rather just not do those type of things on people's accounts. Attack, elemental. Yeah, this Ennis could be better, but she does have her elemental. She has like 2.5 elemental lines and 1 line of attack. Yeah, 2.5 lines of elemental and 1 line of attack. So you could definitely get a little bit better. Rouge has a limit break, so you could definitely use Rouge for Mirror Container once you reach it. Now, if you have elemental and charge speed and ammo, that's really solid. Yeah, it's pretty lucky. And you have 2 lines of ammo even. Okay, this Rouge is gonna be really good for Mirror Container. Like, that Rouge is gonna be really, really solid for Mirror Container. Now, your Cinderella is gonna be the limiting factor, probably, because she could definitely use more help. Because right now you have, like, 1.5 lines of, like, 2.5 lines of Elemental, maybe. 2 lines of attack. So you definitely could go higher on your Cinderella. Cinderella is probably looking to be your limiting factor on Mirror Container here. For lower clear. The Yulhai investment, 10, 10, 5. I mean, this one is kind of fine, but you could have stopped at 9. 10, 10, 10. Okay, this TI is gonna need a reset and go down to 10, 4 for Aya. Because the CP padding for TI is no longer a thing. You definitely are gonna have to change that. Helm, if you go for a Treasure Helm, these investments are nice and you can just leave them be. Honestly. And after that, you can just go like Elemental, Attack, and like Ammo on Helm. The reason why I say that ammo is fine on her is because the last bullet thing is kind of a joke on Helm. And once you get her treasure, a lot of other things become more valuable. 10, 7, 10, that's fine for Ludmilla. Could theoretically go to 10, 10, 10 once your resets are Nika's. Only like one line of Elemental, basically. This Christmas with Mila could definitely use some help. Getting some extra lines of ammo and Elemental would definitely help a lot. Your account is bricked. Yours is bricked. You're all bricked. How do you keep this up for a whole week? I am a very patient person, Tooney. And I like helping people. That's why I make guides as well on YouTube, right? Because I also like helping people. 10, 10, 10, that's completely fine. Now, your Christmas Maiden, if you could get her S2 to level 10, that would help a lot. So, stop investing in S1, because S1 is fine as is. If you get her S2 to level 10, you could probably even full clear Mirror Container Anomaly pretty easily. Her oil lines are kind of in a pickle. Her oil lines are kind of in a pickle, so you might wanna like full reset this, full reset the chest, the boots, and the glove. And the helmet. So helmet, chest piece, and boots definitely need a full reroll in terms of rocks to get some extra elemental damage. S2 to level 10. You could get the burst all the way to level 10 if you can afford it, but level 7 is a nice stopping point if you cannot afford it. Oh, you haven't invested in Shotgun Squad, I see. That's surprising. You did reroll a bit on Exclude. Yeah, I could just OL her during UR, I see. I mean, if you don't care about solo raid rankings, that's fine. But if you do care to some extent about getting comfortably decent solo raid rankings, you could definitely start investing into Shotgun Squad. Because I do believe you have everything you need for Shotgun Squad. The OL lines are not the greatest, but you can kind of work with this. Same with Tovi. Like, you could definitely work this into a 955 and eventually work your way up with the Tovi stunks. Oil lines on Tovi, you really just want ammo primarily on her. Like, ammo is the most important one on Tovi. Because it just allows her to go pew 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 with stacking her emergency crafted bullets. Asuka 777. Technically, you will have to go to 10s across the board if you care about Fire Week. And you're gonna have to reset basically everything to fish for elemental and ammo on Asuka. Mari is 7s across the board, so you can now start stepping up the GPS guided missile or her burst skill all the way to level 10, so that you have that support for solo raid and union raid. Grave, you could finish up her S1 to level 10, but it's not like a super high priority for you. Especially over S2 at the very least, if you want to invest more into Grave. Blanc not being OL'd is a little bit surprising, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would have thought that you would have Blanc full OL, but this is fine. You don't need to, like, further invest into her anyways. Ray, you could try to get her a little bit up. She is useful in Fire Week solo raid, but depends on how much you care about solo raid. Volume, you have the luxury investment of volume, which is pretty impressive, honestly. So you have a solo raid volume. Summer Sakura is not overloaded, but you have her at 10s across the board. So you could either overload her or just reset her. Like, that is up to you. Do you care about Win Week solo raid? And do you think that Summer Sakura could help you? That will be up to you to choose. What you could do is just reset her, and if you ever need her for Win Week solo raid, you could just back her up again and overload her at that point. But yeah, this is kind of like a half-baked commitment. Oh, we're getting a 3-minute ad break. Okay, I'll just wait out the ads. But yeah. I mean, as you say, Tootie, it sounds like account roasting, but I'm actually being constructive here. I am actually being constructive. I'm not just roasting for the sake of roasting. Oh, wait, you could hear me eat there, Achilles? I am eating a type of soup, of chicken soup, that is really good for when you're sick. Man, I just forgot the name of it, too. It's chicken with chickpeas, squash, and carrots, and a little bit of rice with a little bit of lemon. Wait, you're already free from the ads? That was quick. Wait, I thought the ads were... No, the ads are still running for at least 1 minute. I'll just wait. Sounds tasty. Yeah, it's called caldo tlalpeño. It's a Mexican type of soup. It's actually really good. I don't know if it's because of mod power. No, I'm talking about... I think Aya said that she was free from the ads, which was very surprising, because the ads are still running for 1.5 minutes. That would have been easier, you're Mexican, yeah. Estoy comiendo caldo tlalpeño. Yeah, I'm half Mexican, so... My mom made me some caldo tlalpeño because I have a little bit of a cold at the moment. Oh no, mods tend to not get hit with ads. So yeah, mod power does give you anti-ads power, as far as I know. Like, I think you never get hit with ads, right, Ragna? I don't think I've ever seen you get hit with ads, so I would assume that mod powers actually make you immune to ads running. Must be nice, hope you get better. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Not about being sick, but at least about the caldo tlalpeño. You do sometimes? Okay. Pretty sure mods don't get ad dodging. I do feel like Ragna gets significantly less ads, though. Estoy el muro. Please make me a mod so I don't have to watch Shaq and the General try to sell you auto insurance. Good lord. American ads are really funny, not gonna lie. So as I was saying, yeah, by the way, so your Summer Sakura, if I were you, I would reset her. And if a Win Week solo raid where she can be used crops up, you could just skill her back up and overload her, because this is just a half-baked commitment that doesn't really achieve much. So it's kind of like either wasted skill books or wasted potential in either direction, right? So that would be my personal recommendation for here. Privity, this is fine. Bunny Soda, you started investing, so you can get this to level S1 to level 7 and then get S2 and burst skill to level 10. And that would be your Bunny Soda for Shotgun Squad. Awoo! Awoo! Welcome back, Go. Sadly, Sakura needs a lot of parts. Yeah, she needs like consistent part breaks to really work. That's the thing. Aya trying to queue Sphin EX in Duty Finder. Wait, really? Hold on. Let's see that. I don't see Aya streaming, so I guess Ragna is capping. I do not see Aya streaming at the moment. But yeah, so I'm not gonna comment on these Nikas that are kind of out of the meta. Because these are kind of just not worth, not really worth the mention. You could reset your Summer Rosanna, by the way. Like, you definitely could reset your Summer Rosanna, because she's not gonna see a lot more. Your Quincy is in desperate need of help. So you definitely need to invest, especially overload your Quincy. And finish up her skills. You have a lot of things that you could reset to finish up her skills, so you're kind of in a good spot in that front. And beyond that, like, there's not really much else to say. Like, the investments are overall, like, for the most part, solid. So, Viper isn't real. As a beginner getting into the game, you recommend any characters you should reroll for to have a good start? Yeah, as far as beginners go, Red Hood and Rapier Red Hood are some of the best ones you could get. But the problem is that they're both either Pilgrim or Overspec, so they're going to be really obnoxious to reroll for. If you get Leader, that's a very good Burst 1 support. So on the B3 slot, like, the best ones you could hope for are Scarlet Black Shadow, which is a Pilgrim. Red Hood and Rapier Red Hood are like the absolute best things that you could get if you decide to reroll. But beyond that, if you get like Modernia or Cinderella as well, which are also Pilgrims, by the way, so they're really obnoxious to reroll for, that's also really good. Same for Original Scarlet. You could get that and be really happy. But if you get something like Maxwell, or if you get something like Ein, or if like on the Burst 3 slot, that also works quite well. Other Nikas are of course useful, but like we're talking like for rerolling purposes, right? If you get Crown, which is a Pilgrim, is also really solid. Same for Grave. Because the thing about rerolling is that it can be seriously obnoxious. So I don't know how much stamina you have when it comes to rerolling. Leader is a good starting point. Rouge is a fine starting point. D-Killer Wife is a good starting point for the B1 slot. Technically, Doro is not the worst starting spot either for a new player. But like the reality is, it depends on how much you're willing to reroll, right? If you want like the absolute, you had 20 pull and got Mana and Snow White on your account, don't know if those are good units. So Mana has niche usage in Wind Week. She will serve you as you progress as a new player though, so that's kind of fine. I don't know if Aya has Mana. You don't have Mana, do you? Hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, so Aya doesn't have Mana. So Mana is more like a niche for Wind Week once you're at the end game. But as a new player, you can kind of make use of her, and that's fine. Snow White as well is like a really strong Nike, by the way. So Snow White is a very powerful boss killer in the game. She does require high investments to actually be really good, but she's still used at the top end to this day. So you already have like a Nike that is used on the top end, which is Snow White. If you really wanted to reroll, you could reroll and try to get like Red Hood or Rapier Red Hood. But from my perspective, it really depends. Like, don't burn yourself out rerolling. You could go with the account you currently have and you'll do quite well. Because Snow White is actually quite solid regardless. if you do want to like keep re-rolling until you get like optimal shit, like yeah, Red Hood and Rapier Red Hood are like top picks when it comes to that, because of their flexibility. As far as like new players go. So if you get Scarlet Black Shadow, that's also a top pick because you will get a free Alice and you would get like one of the top meta combinations. But you get a lot of like free Nikas. Like you're going to get a free Alice as well. So Alice is basically the highest damage dealer in the game. Well, technically, okay, so there is a caveat. If there was no macro restrictions, Alice would be the highest damage dealer in the game, period. But because there is anti-macro restrictions and everything, she is top 3 damage dealers in the game. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, how's it going, Mr. A there? I can't review yours. Get in line. I could do it. It's just get in line because we have a long queue here. But the game gives you for free Alice, which is basically top 3 damage dealers in the game. Like, straight up. No, I'm broke. They're free this week. They're actually free this week, Ada. Yeah, so the game gives you Alice for free, and Alice is top 3 damage dealers in the game. Alice does come with a caveat. She requires very heavy investment to actually be really good. But she is top 3 damage dealers in the game. The reason for that is because she's basically a bunny on crack. Like, I could show you really quick on Aya's account so that you can see what I mean. Whatever, just shut up. Okay, so I can just show you real quick what I mean. You don't mind if I move this shit, right, Aya? I'll just move this real quick and just mug this for real quick. The only line you're getting is the 5090 line. Yeah, every beginner guide is like multiple years old. I'm really bad at hitting these fucking balls. I'm really bad at hitting these balls. But you can get the idea of like how strong Alice is, right? Ooh, I thought for sure I had freaking broken the game there. Like, the thing about Alice is that she allows a playstyle that is incredibly degenerate, which is the quick scoping style. Right? Because her entire kit is kind of built around that absolutely fucking degenerate style of quick scoping and doing damage very quickly with bursts like this, right? Like, it enables this like Alice, her entire kit, and once you get overload lines and everything, enables this absolutely degenerate playstyle of just very quick scoping bosses and just dealing a fuck ton of damage, right? So Scarlet Black Shadow is also top 3 damage dealers, by the way, and they pair together. And the game gives her to you for free. Like, the game just gives her for free to you, for free. You can't get Rapier Red Hood just yet. I'm saying Alice. What the fuck do you mean, Gal? I'll hit you up when I'm free. Yeah, no worries, Ada. Carriera break and I need to get plat. Fucking hell. But yeah, so the game gives you Alice for free in what is called the day by day. So the first day by day will give you Privity for free, which is another very good Nikke that is used to this day as a support Nikke. And then there is a second day by day that doesn't appear here for... Oh yeah, there it is. So there is the second day by day that you will see, and this day by day will give you a free Alice. Right, somewhere in here it will give you like a free Alice. I think this day by day offers something different for oh, there it is. See? So you will be able to get Alice once you clear Chapter 11, like just for free. Just clear Chapter 11, which is an absolute joke, and you'll get Alice for free. It's called the Alice Diary. Yeah. So as soon as you clear Chapter 11, which is honestly an absolute joke to clear in current Nikkei because they already nerfed the normal campaign twice, you'll be able to get the Alice for free. And it's... Oh, no. Okay, so I'm gonna be like super clear about re-rolling for Rappy Red Hood. I said if he has the energy and time to do so, he could re-roll for Rappy Red Hood or for Red Hood, right? Because Rappy Red Hood is already gone from... Red Hood and Rappy Red Hood is already gone from the main gacha. So he's already late on rolling directly on the Raid Up banner. But if he really wanted to, he could re-roll for that. I personally don't recommend it because it's like super slim odds. But if he wants to, he could. Now, he already has a Snow White, and I believe there was another Nikkei as well that was like kind of... Oh yeah, Mana. Like, the account is already like at a usable level. And you already have like one endgame Nikkei, which is Snow White. So you could basically go and be happy with what you currently have and just get the rest of the Nikkeis as you go. But if you really, really, really want to reroll for it, you could theoretically reroll to try to get... oh yeah, Rappy Red Hood hasn't been added to the general pool. I'm fucking Pepega's shit. So you would be rerolling for Red Hood, basically. Yeah, that's true. I just realized that Rappy Red Hood hasn't been added to the pool of Nikkei. So you would be rerolling for Red Hood. That is correct. Yeah, I'm Pepega's shit. She hasn't been added to the general pool yet. Yeah, that's something I forgot. Yeah, so you would be rerolling for Red Hood or Scarlet Black Shadow. Like, either Red Hood or Scarlet Black Shadow would be the top picks at the moment because Rappy Red Hood is not on the general pool yet. Because she had a very recent... she was released very recently, so we're waiting for the next update for her to be added into the general pool. So, Scarlet Black Shadow, she looks like this when she doesn't have a skin on. You could get her, and that would be insanely good. Or you could get Red Hood, which would be the best for a absolute brand new player. The reason why Red Hood is the absolute best for a really, really brand new player... I'm not talking about people that are already like in the game at later stages, but for an absolute brand new player, Red Hood has the ability of playing B1, B2, and B3. Granted on a 40-second cooldown, but she has that flexibility of being able to go B1, B2, B3 and just nuke something out of existence. Or going like B1, B3 at some point, or just using her as a B1 buffer if you have like other options, etc. Like she has that general flexibility and very ease of use that makes her amazing for brand new players. And that makes a lot of players mistakenly think that she's better than she actually is when it comes to endgame meta. But that's like an entire separate discussion. I mean, like, let me put it this way, right, Kino? If something dies and you're a new player, you can fill in that gap with Red Hood B2 during campaign push, right? Of course, he's gonna get, like, B2s that are going to be better than just waiting 40 seconds. But the reality is that as new players, they're probably gonna have their Nikkeis die more often or have situations where they will have to use those abilities of Red Hood more often, right? Technically, you don't want to have to ever B2 with Red Hood, but for new players, it's that level of flexibility and comfort that really is helpful. And B1, B2, B3 Red Hood to be able to nuke something out of existence or to push the Pilgrim Tower is an amazing thing. Because yes, on Pilgrim Tower, you will be using B1, B2, B3 Red Hood at least once to kill like bosses and shit while you wait to get more Pilgrims. Red Hood is just that general flexibility for the absolute brand new player that is amazing. If we're talking like peak meta, then you would be looking at Scarlet Black Shadow, you would be looking at Cinderella for boss killing. Especially like, what's it called? Scarlet Black Shadow is like just more general top meta for everything from campaign push to boss killing. Cinderella is absolutely insane for boss killing. Wrap Red Hood, once she get added, is absolutely insane. Crown is like a support, so for newer players, supports are less impactful, but, you know, she's absolutely insane to have as well. Like, in terms of pilgrims, that would be that. Right. But Moderna is still useful, Scarlet is still useful, Snow is still useful, Grave is still really useful too. Like, if we're talking like absolute pick, right? Like, that would be that. I believe I was done with the account, right, Aya? Do you have any questions, Aya? Time to build Drake Treasure. SG team easiest to build. No, fuck up. Hell no. Like, Drake Treasure is good, but hell no. Fucking Shotgun Squad is one of the most expensive squads in the game. Holy fuck. But yeah. So I believe that covers your account, Aya. Do you have any questions? You forgot about Tovi stacks. I mean, S1 level 9 is like Tovi stacks. Mainly just fixing other units. Yeah, you have like some units to fix. If I were you, I would probably index towards Cinderella just because you're hitting Mirror Container hard mode soon. But if you don't care about that, then yeah, you have other shit to fix too. For the most part, you just ask Lenny. Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair. Lenny is equally as knowledgeable as I am in Nikkei, so his advice is as good as mine. The fact that you lose it is while shooting is insanity. Yeah, I know. It's really funny because when I had to theory craft Tovi, I'll be out of your account now, Aya. When I had to theory craft Tovi, I decided to go the extra mile. And I, what's it called? What's it called? And I had to make a Monte Carlo simulation for Tovi stacks. Oh no, I didn't do a Monte Carlo. I initially considered making a Monte Carlo, and then I realized, wait, shit. Markov chains are more adapted to this. So I ended up making a Markov chain model for the Tovi stacks. Yeah, how's it going, Azen? Let me shout you out as well. Still waiting for summer Tovi so you can call her Stove. I already called her Stove. Like, in my spreadsheet, if I go... Hold on, let me show you. In my spreadsheet, I already called her Stove from the get-go. Like, let me show you. Let's see. Where is it? Like, here, you can see that the spreadsheet is called... Like, the little tab is just called Stove. Right there at the bottom right. You can keep it at balance and you should be able to see it, yeah. Like, I just called her Stove, and this was the stupid Markov chain that I coded on Python at the time to theory craft that stupid Nikkei. Hold on. Yoink, just gonna go here. Aculex, I think I'm gonna have to do your account review on a different day of the week. So I'm not streaming tomorrow, so it's gonna be on Thursday that I'll be able to do yours. Because it is very close to end of stream for me. So I don't think I can do an account review within 10 minutes for you. Like, I don't think I can do a 10-minute speedrun account review. That wouldn't be fair to you. Monte Carlo programs are fun. Back when you interned for DuPont as grad student, you run a Monte Carlo calculation of the polymerization process. Ate up the CPU, but saved the company millions in experimentation. Yeah, that's the really fun part of Monte Carlo, that it has so many applications in real life. Absolutely amazing. Studied up CPU for 2D pixel renders and 3D waifus. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you have too many effects, shit is just not readable in Nikkei. Like, they really didn't do a good job with the clarity, I gotta say. Like, when it comes to clarity, it's, like, not really all that good. What treasure did I go with? I went with Helm. So the reason I went with Helm is that one, we're kind of long overdue for a water week or something that will be useful for Helm anyways. And two, her burst generation is so insane that it's just really solid for certain team comps. To me, it just made more sense to go for... for me, it just made more sense to go for the Helm treasure. And then just start working towards... Blue's she's first banner waifu, that's true. That is true. I really like her wallpaper, honestly. But one of the teams that I run, like the team that I run for Kraken now actually uses Helm as a result. Just because of the very fast rotations. So I can show you guys this really quickly for Kraken, right? Let me just double check this. Okay, there we go. Up we go. Yeah, the visual clutter actually absolutely sucks. I have the wallpaper, like I can show that in a second, Kino. I was curious if Helm over Naga. I personally have found Helm to be more useful than Naga, but it could just be me being really fucking bad at... Am I unsynced right now? I have a feeling that I'm desynced right now. No, I'm not desynced, okay. See, the rotations are really, really quick. Like, the main reason why you would go for Helm over Naga in Kraken is because the rotations are absurdly fast. Right. So I'm rotating within roughly 2 seconds if I play my cards right. Maybe even less. Like, it's to the point where Rappy Red Hood is just not keeping up. See, Rappy Red Hood is just not keeping up anymore. Like, the rotations become so quick with Helm Treasure that Rappy Red Hood is just not keeping up. So after that, it's just a matter of optimizing the rest, right? After that, it's just a matter of optimizing the rest of the run, but this allows for some really insanely fast rotations. And I'm just permanently protected as a result too, so I don't really need to care much about RNG of freaking missiles or something. Now, I'm not giga optimizing my run right now, but you kind of get the idea. There we go. And we're just gonna rotate again really freaking quickly here. And there we're gonna rotate again. And we're gonna just keep rotating like this. And the rotations are so absurdly fast that... yeah, like, Rappy just can barely keep up at that point. Like, that's the main benefit that I personally see from Treasure Helm. It's just the speed at which you're rotating is just fucking absurd, right? Oh. I mistimed that. So, as you can tell, the rotations is the main reason. Now, does that counteract, like, can you counteract that with Naga and just rotating better in general with better optimization? Maybe. But this is like super comfy, very fast rotations on Kraken. Like, at least for me, it has given me an increase on... it has given me an increase on Kraken over Naga, personally. Just because of the sheer increase in rotations. See what I mean? Like, this was not a super optimized run either. You're happy you can do Kraken on your phone now? Yeah, there's also no more Naga dying to thingy. Or Crown Beastcar Alice Mana Repi. I mean, mana... You cannot run mana with Alice, though. That's the thing. Whether you should build Helm for clear. I mean, the main thing that will help you clear Kraken better is just a more invested Scarlet Black Shadow, honestly. But for me, like, the rotations are... your card review should be 20 minutes, so you guess it will be on Thursday? Yeah. Like, to me, it didn't feel fair to do your Aculix, your account review right now, because you would have, like, 10 minutes or less of account review, which is not fair considering that you've been waiting for a while. But yeah. Power of Kraken in the power of my own, yeah. Think I can build SBS much more, don't want to go for 4th attack line. Oh yeah, if you're at that level of tight optimizations, then yeah. Like, it's not gonna help you a lot to it's not gonna help you a lot to just go further investments. If you're at that point where you're just missing like a couple of lines, then yeah, you're better off either investing further into Alice and just optimizing that. If your crown is not like fully skilled up, you could go for that and invest into Rappy Red Hood, of course. But beyond that, like, yeah, you could go Helm and just get more rotation plays. Need to aim better. And it's not so much a matter of aiming better as it is a matter of, how do I put it? Of getting used to a certain amount of things like quick scoping, timings, etc. And also, I don't know if you're already sync level 400, but sync is also going to help you a lot. Like, once you get to the sync, that's gonna make things a lot easier as well. Like, you're gonna have to mold significantly less once you hit sync level 400. Like, straight up. Let's see. So I'm gonna just hit 3 times and Triple Farters will disagree. Oh yeah, Okamil had a question. Do you usually use cursor on or off? Do you mean synchronized cursor? It depends on the fight, Okamil. Like, it's on a fight per fight basis. So, for example, if I want to Giga Mold Kraken, I will desynchronize the cursor on Kraken. If I want to, like, Giga Mold to kill Mirror Container... Although Mirror Container, I'm so used to playing it desynchronized that it makes no difference at this point. I actually prefer playing Mirror Container full desynchronized, because I'm just too used to it. But yeah, it's like a fight per fight basis. Sometimes mid-fight I will desynchronize my cursor when I'm doing campaign push for the sake of core hits. But most of the time I have my cursor synchronized. It's really like a thing-by-thing basis. Like, it's not all the time, but... 367, that only makes one big jump. Like, you'll have a very big jump on that front. Like, the advantages of desynchronizing the cursor is that you remove how jumpy your cursor gets. So, because when you're quickscoping, you have, like, this little thing... I think you have noticed, like, when you quickscope on Alice, you have, like, this weird jitter that happens when you're quickscoping directly into something that locks on with the aim assist settings, right? Like, let me show you. Like, there is this jitter that happens when you're, you have never moved the sync, I don't even know the difference. So, the difference between synchronized and desynchronized is that to be able to move your cursor with desynchronized is that you need to click and drag. But what it helps a lot with is, see this little jitter that happens when I'm locked on the core here? It can make you, like, miss some core shots, and it has, like, this weird jitter. So what you can do on some fights to have better tracking, and just sometimes to have better tracking period, is you can desynchronize the cursor. Now, what desynchronize the cursor does is it removes the jitter, and it also makes tracking significantly easier when you have the aim assist on. So let me just double check that I have aim assist on because I have played Snow recently. Yeah, so we do have aim assist on. So what this makes it is that now I need to drag. I need to drag and click to be able to move my stuff right now. But it allows this tracking that you see where it's not synchronized to my cursor anymore, so the aim assist is just doing the work for me here. And this also allows a certain number of shenanigans, like the fact that I can do something like this, right? There. Like I can do certain shenanigans as well with desynchronize, which is what we call the pause desync tech, which allows me to just, with the fact that the cursor is desynchronized, I can charge a shot, pause, and move my cursor like this, and just break it. See? I just broke the circle while in pause screen. See? See? Right now I'm moving my cursor while in pause. There. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so fucking washed. I'm so fucking washed. But yeah, no, if the boss moves a lot, like let's say Nihilister heads. Like Nihilister heads are a good example of that. So Union Raid Nihilister is a bad example because the heads just blow up too easily. But on things like Solo Raid Nihilister, what you could do is desynchronize the cursor to have permanent tracking on the cores on the head. And it's counterintuitive because you would think that because they move so much it would be bad. But in that specific case, because they just keep bobbing a lot, it helps a lot. Now, if there is a situation like, for example, campaign push, then yeah, it's really bad because you need to snap a lot. If you need to snap a lot, it's not very good to have desync on. But for things like this, for example, I'm like Mirror Container is just bobbing around and moving. I still keep up my I still keep up this rate. Now I could just roll out this like this, right? But it's more fun for me to do it the other way. I'm just gonna do it wrong, so that we can just go into the next phase. Now, see how the mirror is moving completely like that, and I still had like perfect tracking on the core there. See? You saw how the mirror container was moving a fuck ton there, yet I still managed to keep like near perfect track of the core. Oh, I did it too soon. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, that's fucked. That's fucked. I did it way too soon. I did it way too soon. But yeah, like this tracking that you see on the core, I'm just letting my desynchronize and my I'm just letting my what's it called? I'm just letting my desynchronize plus aim assist do the work there. That's all I'm doing. For the core to be tracked like that, which is really helpful when with certain boss fights. And also is what helps with the Snow White trick shot on Indivilia, for example. I'm so fucking washed on this fight, holy shit. There we go. I'm so fucking washed on this fight, it's insane. But yeah, that's kind of like the benefits that you get from... that's kind of like the benefits that you get from desync. Oh, too soon again. I keep doing it too soon. I need to wait a little bit longer, I'm too impatient there. But that's kind of the idea. Right. Yeah, this is completely fucked. It's not even going to be close to it. Now, the other advantage is like for things like this. See? One of the advantages is things like that, where you can move your cursor while in pause screen, release certain shots during the pause screen. I'm so fucking washed on this fight, man. Holy shit, that should have been an easy clear. Now I'm getting a little bit back into the rhythm, but it's gonna be too late. Too little too late for that. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, too late, too little, too late there, but yeah. You can technically do it when in Sync 2 where you don't need full accuracy, but quick clear, that's also true. But yeah, like, if you need, like, very quick snaps, it becomes very difficult to use properly desync. Yeah, basically as Ada puts it. Exactly as Ada puts it. It gives you essentially the equivalent of an aimbot, because as you guys saw, the tracking is absolutely fucking insane, but you're significantly slower. So there is that disadvantage. And so yeah, Manual Rouge is so painful, made you realize you want to charge speed and rolls on her. Yeah, like, okay, I'm not gonna let this happen. But yeah, like those are the advantages. I'm kind of pissed off that I fucked up so much. No molding. The things player do for high scores. Yeah, like it's a high-end player type of thing. Like, it's a really high-end molding type of thing that you would do for top scores on solo raid or for record clears of any type, right? Like, when you really want to optimize your gameplay to the utmost, these are the type of things that you would do. As you can tell, it does optimize the run quite a bit, because I fucked up my run in many areas, and I still almost full cleared because, one, my team is strong, of course, but because I optimized the run to that degree. And it really does, it really will make a difference when you're fighting for very thin margins. Will it solve every issue you have in the game? Probably not. But it will definitely help a lot. That was really fucking scuffed. That was really fucking scuffed, but whatever. We'll take it. Like, it will help a lot to whenever you're at like those really molding margins. Like, for example, when I was originally clearing Mirror Container, it helped me a lot get that really thin margin that I needed to be able to full clear. These days, I'm like completely beyond that thin margin, because now there's Christmas Maiden and my electric Nikes are like super invested in everything. Now we can. There we go. So you need to wait for it to like kind of glow blue to be able to start breaking it. That's like kind of the visual cue that I personally use. But I was too impatient in the previous run rate. But these are the type of things that you do for like super thin margins, right? So with this, we will have like all the thin margins we need to. So now we just move around here and we break that one. I need to remember my own words when I explain these type of things to other people, is that slow is fast. Like, being patient pays off a lot in this game. Like, not rushing like crazy really pays off a lot. There we go. That's the final one. And we're gonna have like quite a bit of a margin here. There we go. And that's how you do that. And now we just have Cinderella, and then we have Christmas Maiden do the finisher. But yeah, like, these type of tricks really help a lot. Believe it or not. And now we just have Christmas Maiden do the finisher with this, and that thing is dead. And there we go. That's a clear. But yeah, Manuel Rouge can be quite pain Peko if you're not used to it. And if she doesn't have like some OL lines as well, it makes really pain Peko. Grand Cinderella, Ein Leaderess, and Nice. For hard campaign mirror container, you definitely need Ein. Like what Ada said, Crown, Cinderella, Ein Leader. Leader, it depends. So if you have a very invested Rouge that has like multiple limit breaks and like full OL and everything, you could go Rouge over Leader. Record clears, as we saw earlier in Aya's account, because she still hasn't cleared it, so I could look at it. All at the lowest deficits go with a hyper invested Rouge, but Leader is still like a very good one to go to. But yeah, for breaking so the first glass slipper has all of the defense front loaded. That's what you really want, to have all the buffs stacked up, essentially. You really want to have all of those buffs really stacked up tight, so that you can actually one-tap everything. For normal, you have it a little bit easier in that regard. Well, easier and hard in the sense that you don't have all the hyper-invested units of an endgame player, but yeah, you can definitely go... Oh, fuck. You guys are gonna see the issues of frickin'... I really don't like doing hard... I really don't like doing campaign with desynchronized cursor. Holy fuck. It's so cursed. It's so cursed to do desynchronized on... Okay, before it changes, I'm gonna resynchronize my cursor. This is so cursed to do. But yeah. No, Rouge is never going to break the glass slippers in campaign push. Like, that's not happening. What you use Rouge is to buff to living shit your Cinderella, to provide some pseudo healing, and, well, to provide buffs in general. Like, Rouge is just never gonna kill a glass slipper in campaign. That's just not happening. That is just straight up not happening. But Rouge in campaign and hard campaign for mirror container is just used for buffing Cinderella. Because Cindy is gonna be your big boy damage dealer on that, right? Tower has deficit penalty, yes. Tower has deficit penalty, and hard campaign has deficit penalty, but simulation room does not have deficit penalty, and anomaly does not have deficit penalty either. Yeah, how's it going, Argonaut? Yeah, if your Rouge is not built, then you're better off using Leader, like straight up. No question about it. That is the thing. Well, yeah, if you're at almost blue, like, if you're like at very low CP deficit, you could break it with Rouge, but it's like, realistically speaking, the people that reach mirror container for the most part are playing at some degree of deficit, right? At least from my perspective, if you're at Mirror Container, you're playing with some degree of deficit. Like, you're not... If you're a newer player, you're not reaching freaking Mirror Container at blue CP anytime soon. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, it is definitely something... it is definitely technically possible, but you would need such low deficit that I don't count you in my statistics. Never use Rouge for Mirror Container since you know she can't do anything against the Sleeper because CP deficit is gapped. Well, for Mirror Container hard mode and campaign push, you use her for buffing, but you're not going to use her for breaking the slippers, yeah. Still saving up to get Cinderella up and crown. Gotta fix the stats. I mean, yeah, it's gonna take a bit. Any tips for Behemoth hard mode? I mean, sure. I'm personally still on Behemoth hard mode, but... So, Behemoth hard mode is a lot about timelining. So... The entire fight is really revolving around timeline. Let's just fucking use this because why the fuck not? So the first burst, you're just gonna... You're gonna use your first burst on cooldown, but the second burst, you're gonna hold it. Do you think Masked Anchor are skippable if you already built 5 teams for solo raid? Personally, I'm not a huge fan of their kits. Like, personally, I'm not a huge fan of their kits. If that makes sense. Like, they have their usage and they can be really good. But a benchmark such as better than bunnies for... A benchmark like better than bunnies is not a benchmark to me, in my eyes at all. So you iframe these missiles if you can, like this. And you save your second burst instead of going instantly into it. The reason for that is that you want to save this. You want to save this burst to break the rocks immediately. If you're at a very high CP deficit, you really want to save... and you gotta be careful with that Gatling gun. Because the entire idea is that you want a timeline. You want a timeline around these rocks being tossed, so you can break them before they kill you. See? After that, you're gonna have to break this, like... If you timeline a little bit better than I did, you should be able to break them. Instead of dying. But, like, the entire Behemoth fight is just pure timelining. Like, there is no... There are some tricks that you can use. Like, for example, if you're using Christmas Maiden. If you're using something like Christmas Maiden, you can use Christmas Maiden to burst gen on breakable environment. So in phase 2, there's the rocks on the right, on the left, and some breakable environment on the back. Phase 1, the breakable environment is a little bit more iffy, so we're just better off just hitting the part and cleaving the body. And that's about it. Okay. But yeah. I just realized how late it was, so I'm going to find someone to raid, and I'll raid you guys into someone. But yeah, thanks all for dropping by today. We'll continue the account reviews on Thursday. And for now, let's see, who should I send you guys to? You know what? There's no one in the Nikki category, really. Hold on. That is surprising. Hold on, let me just check that. Maybe we could just raid into someone new then. I mean, I guess I'll just send you guys to someone new. Okay. It doesn't hurt to get some new people. Henya is on, yeah, as if I would raid Henya. Let's just grab the first one. VTuber that is playing Nikke and is pushing chapter 22, I think that is. Yeah, let's just go with that. Okay, I'll catch you guys on Thursday. Just say Ali raid and whatnot, and we'll continue the account reviews then. And thanks a lot for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll just... Monarch is also on. Yeah, no. Have a good one, guys, and thanks for dropping by.